I've spent the better part of 15 years hiking the back country of the Pacific Northwest, so I'm not exactly a stranger to the tricks the wilderness can play on your mind. You know the ones, the way a snapping branch sounds like a gunshot when the wind dies down, or how a stump in the periphery of your headlamp can look like a crouching man for a split second. I'm a 34-year-old structural engineer. I live my life by the laws of physics, weight-bearing loads, and cold, hard logic. I don't believe in ghosts, and I certainly don't believe in cursed land. But what happened to me 3 years ago on the Blackwood Ridge Trail didn't just rattle my nerves. It fundamentally changed how I perceive the world when I'm alone. It was late October, right on the edge of the season when the higher elevations start to get temperamental. I was solo hiking a stretch of the ridge that overlooks a sheer 400-foot drop known locally as the Devil's Pulpit. It's a beautiful, brutal spot, but it's notorious for its acoustics. The wind hits the cliff face and swirls, sometimes creating a low-frequency hum that vibrates in your chest. I knew this. I'd read the trail reports. I was prepared for the cold, the isolation, and the weird sounds of the wind. What I wasn't prepared for was the violation of physics that began just as the sun started to dip behind the peaks. I had reached the apex of the cliff, a flat, rocky plateau about the size of a tennis court, when the atmosphere shifted. You know that feeling when you walk into a room and you can tell two people have just been fighting? That heavy, static, charged stillness, that's what hit me. The wind, which had been howling at a steady 20 knots, simply stopped. It didn't taper off. It vanished. In its place was a silence so absolute it felt like my ears were being stuffed with cotton. I stood there, frozen, looking out over the valley, waiting for the sound of my own breathing to ground me. And that's when I heard it. Grunge. It was the distinct sound of a heavy boot landing on loose shale. It came from directly behind me, maybe 10 feet away. I didn't turn around immediately. My first thought was that another hiker had caught up to me, though I hadn't seen a soul for 6 hours. I felt that flash of annoyance you get when someone invades your solitude. I took a breath, putting on my friendly hiker face, and spun around to say hello. The plateau was empty. The trail behind me was a straight shot for 50 yards before it curved into the tree line. There was nowhere to hide, no boulders large enough to crouch behind, no thick brush, just gray stone in the fading light. I frowned, scanning the ground. The shale on this ridge is incredibly unstable. If someone had been standing there, they would have left a scuff mark, a disturbed patch of dust, something. But the ground was pristine. "Hello," I called out. My voice sounded thin, swallowed by the silence. No one answered. I told myself it was a rock settling, a natural shift in the mountain's bones. It was a logical explanation. I turned back toward the view, trying to dismiss the prickle of heat crawling up the back of my neck. I took 2 steps toward the edge of the cliff to get a better angle for a photo. Zumba zump thump. The sound wasn't a slow walk this time. It was the unmistakable rhythm of someone in a full sprint. 3 heavy, pounding footsteps coming right at my back, closing the distance at high speed. I whipped around, my heart hammering against my ribs, my hands coming up instinctively to defend myself. I expected to see a person, a manic hiker, a local looking for trouble, anyone, but there was nothing, just the empty, windless plateau. The terrifying part wasn't just the absence of a person, it was the ground. I was looking directly at the spot where those heavy footfalls had just landed. The dust was settled. The small pebbles were motionless. The sound had possessed the weight of a 200-pound man, but the physical world hadn't registered a single ounce of pressure. I stood there for a long time, my pulse drumming in my ears, staring at the empty space. I'm a rational man. I started checking the wind again, looking for some geological fluke that could echo my own footsteps back to me with a delay. But I hadn't been running. I'd been standing still. I decided then that I was done for the day. I didn't care about the sunset photos or the zen of the summit. Every instinct I had, the primal ones that engineers usually ignore, was screaming at me to move. I shouldered my pack, tightened the straps, and began to walk briskly back toward the tree line. I walked for 10 paces. Behind me, exactly 3 seconds later, something else took 10 paces. I stopped. The footsteps behind me stopped a second later, as if the person following me had a slightly slower reaction time. I started walking again, faster this time. The phantom footsteps mirrored me, but they sounded heavier, more deliberate, like the sound of boots hitting the ground with enough force to shatter bone. I reached the edge of the plateau where the trail narrows into the woods. I took one last look back. The light was almost gone, the world turning a bruised shade of purple. The cliff was a flat, dead stage. I saw nothing. But as I stepped into the shadows of the pines, I heard it one more time. Not a footstep, but a sound that made my blood turn to ice. It was the sound of a zipper, slow, rhythmic, and metallic. The sound of someone unzipping a tent or perhaps a backpack, and it was coming from the air right beside my left ear. I didn't look back. I didn't rationalize. I broke into a dead run. The woods were worse. In the open, I could at least see the emptiness. Under the canopy of the Douglas firs, the darkness was thick and claustrophobic. My headlamp cut a frantic, bouncing path through the trees, but it felt like the light was only highlighting how isolated I was. As I ran, the footsteps didn't just follow me, they began to circle. I would hear the heavy thud of boots on the pine needles to my right, then suddenly they would be on my left, then directly behind me, nipping at my heels. It sounded like a hunter herding prey. Every time I swung my light toward the noise, there was only the gnarled bark of trees and the shifting shadows. "What do you want?" I screamed. I was past the point of being embarrassed. I was terrified. The response was a mocking echo of my own footsteps, but amplified, a thunderous, rhythmic pounding that seemed to shake the very air around me. It wasn't the sound of one person anymore. It sounded like a dozen people, all running in perfect synchronization, closing in from every direction. Yet, as I scrambled over fallen logs and through briars, I noticed the most unsettling detail of all. The forest was silent. No birds, no insects, no rustling of the wind in the needles. Only the footsteps. I reached a small clearing about 2 miles from the trailhead. I was exhausted, my lungs burning from the cold air. I stopped to catch my breath, leaning against a massive cedar. I clicked my headlamp to its highest setting and did a slow 360-degree sweep. Nothing. I stood there panting, trying to convince myself that I was having some kind of altitude-induced hallucination. I pulled out my water bottle, my hands shaking so hard the plastic crinkled loudly in the silence. Then I heard it, a soft, wet sound. Step, drag, step, drag. It was coming from the other side of the cedar tree I was leaning against. Someone or something was standing inches away from me, separated only by the width of the trunk. I could hear the sound of labored breathing. It wasn't human breathing. It was too wet, too heavy, like someone breathing through a throat full of liquid. I didn't think, I didn't plan. I grabbed my bear spray from my hip holster, rounded the tree, and sprayed a massive cloud of capsaicin into the dark. The mist hung in the air, glowing orange in my headlamp. There was no one there, no one to cough, no one to recoil, no one to cry out. The orange cloud drifted slowly through the empty space where I had heard the breathing. But then the mist hit something. In the middle of the air, about 5 feet off the ground, the bear spray didn't drift away. It hit an invisible barrier, a silhouette of a head and shoulders. For a split second, I saw the outline of something massive and humanoid, a void in the orange mist, standing perfectly still. It didn't make a sound. It didn't move. It just stood there, wearing my bear spray like a coat of paint. I turned and fled. I didn't care about the trail anymore. I ran down the slope, sliding through scree, tearing my clothes on branches, my heart a frantic bird trapped in my chest. I could hear the footsteps behind me the whole way, a relentless, heavy pounding that never gained on me but never fell back. It stayed exactly 5 feet behind my heels, a constant, terrifying pressure. When I finally burst out into the gravel parking lot, I didn't stop. I dived into my truck, fumbled the keys into the ignition, and locked the doors. I threw the high beams on, illuminating the trailhead. The woods were still. No one emerged from the trees. No one was standing there. I sat there for 20 minutes, the engine idling, my forehead resting on the steering wheel. My breath was coming in ragged gasps, and the smell of the bear spray was still clinging to my jacket. I looked at the passenger seat, half expecting to see some invisible weight depressing the cushion. As I began to pull out of the lot, my headlights swept across the sign for the Blackwood Ridge Trail. Sitting right on top of the wooden signpost was a small, neat pile of stones. A cairn. I knew for a fact it hadn't been there when I started my hike that morning. I drove straight to the ranger station at the base of the mountain. It was late, but the lights were on. A ranger in his 50s, a man named Miller, was sitting behind the desk. He looked up as I stumbled in, disheveled and smelling of pepper spray. "You look like you've had a rough one," he said, his voice neutral. I told him everything, the footsteps on the cliff, the sprinting, the invisible silhouette in the bear spray. I expected him to laugh or at least offer me a seat and a psych eval. Instead, he just sighed and leaned back in his chair. He didn't look surprised. He looked tired. "The pulpit," he muttered. It wasn't a question. "You know about this?" I asked, my voice rising. "There's something up there. I don't know if it's a person in some kind of suit or—" "It's not a person," Miller interrupted. He looked at me with a strange kind of pity. "We get a report like yours maybe once a year. Always the same. Footsteps that don't leave tracks. The sensation of being crowded. Most people don't use bear spray, though. That's a new one." "What is it?" I demanded. "Don't know," he said, turning back to his paperwork. "The locals used to say the ridge echoes things that haven't happened yet, or things that happened a long time ago. Whatever it is, it likes to follow. My advice, don't go back. It's got your scent now. It knows how fast you run." I didn't sleep that night. I haven't hiked solo since. The trauma isn't just the memory of the fear. It's the small things. Sometimes, when I'm walking down the hallway of my own home, I'll stop abruptly, and for a fraction of a second, I'll hear that extra thump of a footstep behind me, just a heartbeat too late to be my own. I went to wash my hiking jacket a week after the incident. As I was emptying the pockets, I found something that shouldn't have been there. In the small, zippered pocket on the shoulder, the one I never use, was a handful of gray shale from the top of the cliff. I hadn't put it there. I hadn't even sat down on the plateau. The moral is simple, though most of you won't listen until it's too late. When you're out in the deep woods and you feel like you're being watched, you are. And if you hear footsteps behind you on a path where you know you're alone, don't turn around. Don't scream. And for God's sake, don't stop. Because the things that echo don't always stay in the past. Sometimes they follow you home. The shale sat in my palm, cold and inexplicably heavy for its size. I'm an engineer. I understand the mechanics of pockets. I understand that for a handful of loose, jagged stone to enter a zippered compartment located on the superior deltoid of a technical shell, the zipper must be retracted, the stones must be physically placed inside, and the zipper must be closed. It is a three-step process requiring intentionality and opposable thumbs. I remembered that sound on the ridge, the slow, metallic slide of a zipper near my ear. My skin didn't just crawl, it felt like it was trying to detach itself from my bones. I threw the stones into the trash, but I couldn't throw away the implication. If that thing had been close enough to zip my pocket, it had been close enough to slit my throat. It had been playing. It was a predator that enjoyed the frantic rhythm of a racing pulse. For the next 6 months, I stayed out of the woods. I stuck to the suburban sprawl of Portland, clinging to the hum of traffic and the glow of streetlights. But the logic part of my brain, the part that had earned me my degree and my license, started to fester. Fear is a powerful emotion, but for a man like me, cognitive dissonance is worse. I began to obsess over the acoustics of Blackwood Ridge. I spent my nights scouring geological surveys and atmospheric studies. I looked for infrasound, the low-frequency vibration that can cause hallucinations and feelings of dread. I looked for atmospheric ducting, where sound waves are trapped between layers of air and can travel for miles, appearing to come from right behind you. I needed it to be physics. If it was physics, I could categorize it, file it away, and reclaim my life. If it was something else, something that could manifest a silhouette in a cloud of capsaicin, then the foundation of my entire world was built on sand. In April, the snow began to retreat from the lower elevations. The obsession had reached a breaking point. I told myself I was going back to calibrate. I packed a bag, but this time it wasn't a hiker's kit. I packed 3 high-sensitivity parabolic microphones, a thermal imaging camera I'd borrowed from work under the guise of a structural inspection, and 2 GoPros. I wasn't going as a victim this time. I was going as an observer. I didn't tell anyone where I was going, not because I wanted to be a hero, but because I was ashamed of how much this had unraveled me. The drive up to the trailhead felt like a descent into a fever dream. The familiar landmarks, the rusted bridge over the sandy river, the leaning pine that looked like a scythe, felt charged with a new, malevolent energy. When I pulled into the gravel lot, it was empty. The ranger station was shuttered, a closed-for-season sign hanging crookedly in the window. I didn't see Miller. Part of me was relieved. I didn't want to see that look of pity in his eyes again. I started up the trail at 2:00 p.m. I wanted plenty of daylight. I had a digital recorder clipped to my shoulder strap, running constantly. Test 1, I said into the mic, my voice sounding flat and clinical. Ambient temperature 48 degrees. Wind negligible. Subject is returning to the site of the October 24th anomaly. The hike up was uneventful, which was almost worse than being haunted. Every snapping twig made me jump, but my thermal camera showed nothing but the heat signatures of squirrels and the dissipating warmth of my own breath. By the time I reached the ascent to the Devil's Pulpit, I was starting to feel foolish. The sun was still high, casting long, golden bars through the Douglas firs. The woods looked like a postcard, not a graveyard. I reached the plateau, the tennis court-sized slab of gray stone, at 4:15 p.m. I set up my gear in the center of the rock. I placed the microphones in a tripod configuration, facing outward. I mounted the thermal camera on a steady rest pointed toward the trail entrance. Then I sat down and waited. For an hour, there was nothing but the wind. It wasn't the dead silence of last time. A steady breeze whistled through the gaps in the ridge, a comforting, natural sound. I checked my levels. Everything was nominal. I began to relax. I even took out a notebook and started sketching the strata of the cliff face, trying to occupy the engineer's mind. At 5:30 p.m., the wind died. It didn't taper, it didn't gust and fade. It cut out like a light switch. I felt the atmospheric pressure drop so sharply my ears popped. I dropped my pencil and reached for the thermal viewer. The screen showed the forest edge in shades of deep blue and purple cold, dormant vegetation. There were no orange glows, no heat signatures. Grunge. The sound was identical to the first time, a heavy boot on shale, 10 feet behind me. I didn't spin around. I forced myself to look at the monitor of the parabolic mic. The needle had spiked into the red. It wasn't a phantom sound. It was a physical vibration moving the air. I slowly turned the thermal camera toward the sound. The screen showed nothing but the uniform blue of the cold stone. "Who's there?" I asked. I tried to keep my voice steady, the voice of a man conducting an experiment. In response, the footsteps began to circle me. Crunch, crunch, crunch. They moved in a perfect radius, exactly 12 feet from where I sat. I watched the microphones. Each one picked up the sound in sequence, left, center right, right. It was moving clockwise. I picked up the thermal camera and swept the perimeter. Nothing. Then I looked down at the shale. Last time I'd said the ground was pristine. This time I had the high-definition GoPro pointed at the ground. I watched the screen. As the sound of the footstep passed in front of the lens, a small, flat piece of shale, about the size of a silver dollar, tipped upward. It didn't just vibrate. It was pressed down on one side as if by the toe of a boot. Then it settled back into place. The air was empty, but the weight was real. "I see you," I lied, my voice cracking. The footsteps stopped. The silence that followed was heavier than the one before. It felt like the air was being sucked out of the world. I looked at the thermal camera again, and that's when I saw the first true violation of my reality. The camera wasn't picking up heat, it was picking up a lack of it. In the center of the frame, a humanoid shape began to resolve. It wasn't orange or red. It was a blacker shade of blue than the surrounding rocks. It was a hole in the thermal spectrum, an absolute zero in the shape of a man. It was standing less than 5 feet from my equipment. It was taller than me, much taller. Its head was tilted at an unnatural angle, as if it were curious. Then the audio recorder on my shoulder began to emit a low-frequency hum. It grew louder, a thrumming vibration that I could feel in my molars. I reached up to turn it off, but my hand froze. Out of the empty air, a voice spoke. It wasn't a human voice. It sounded like a recording being played at the wrong speed, layered with the static of a dead radio, but it used my own words. "Test 1, it rasped. The syllables were wet, echoing the labored breathing I'd heard behind the cedar tree months ago. Ambient, temperature, 48 degrees. It was mimicking my check-in from 2 hours ago, but it wasn't just repeating it. It was sampling it, twisting the vowels into something predatory. "Who are you?" I whispered, the terror finally breaking through my professional veneer. The blue-black shape on the thermal screen moved. It leaned forward, its face inches from the camera lens. On the audio feed, I heard the sound of a zipper. These, zip. I felt a sharp tug on my backpack. One of the side pockets, the one holding my extra batteries, was pulled open with a violent jerk. I didn't wait for part 3. I didn't wait for the sun to go down. I grabbed the thermal camera, the only evidence I had, and bolted. I left the tripods. I left the expensive microphones. I left the GoPros. As I ran, the footsteps didn't follow me from behind. They ran beside me. Two sets of invisible feet, one on my left, one on my right, keeping perfect pace. They were heavy, bone-shattering thuds that seemed to crack the rocks beneath the soil. "Go away," I screamed, stumbling over a root. The voice returned, louder now, projected from the empty air to my left. "Go away," it mimicked. Then it added a sound I hadn't made. It was a laugh, a dry, rattling sound like dead leaves blowing across a tombstone. I hit the tree line and the herding began again. I could hear them, more than two now, crashing through the underbrush. They weren't trying to be quiet. They were snapping thick branches, sounds like small explosions, but when I glanced sideways, the branches weren't moving. The trees were still. The forest was a graveyard, but the soundscape was a riot. I reached the parking lot in a state of near collapse. I fumbled with my remote, the chirp of my truck's alarm sounding like a heavenly choir. I dived inside, locked the doors, and roared out of the lot, spraying gravel in a wide arc. I didn't stop until I was 30 miles away, sitting in the fluorescent glare of an all-night diner in a town I didn't recognize. My hands were shaking so violently I couldn't hold a coffee cup. I pulled the thermal camera out of my bag, desperate to see the footage, to prove to myself that I wasn't insane. The screen was dead. I'd checked the batteries before I left. They were full. I tried to power it on, but the device was bricked. I opened the battery compartment and my heart stopped. The batteries were gone. In their place was a handful of gray shale. I sat in that vinyl booth and wept, not because I was scared, though I was, but because the logic I had lived by was dead. There was no echo. There was no acoustic anomaly. There was a presence on that ridge that could manipulate matter, that could interact with the physical world while remaining outside of it. It didn't just follow, it invaded. I went home and tried to resume my life. I told myself I would never go back. I would sell my hiking gear. I would become a city person. But the echo had followed me. It started small. I'd be brushing my teeth and hear the shower curtain rings jingle just once. I'd be lying in bed and hear the distinct thud of a heavy weight dropping onto the floor in the kitchen. Every time I checked, nothing was moved. Nothing was there. Then came the night, 3 weeks ago, when I woke up to the sound of my own voice. I live alone. I have no roommates, no pets. But from the corner of my bedroom, in the absolute darkness, I heard it, clear as a bell. "Subject is returning to the site," the voice whispered. It was my voice, but the cadence was wrong. It was slower, more deliberate. I reached for the bedside lamp, my heart hammering. I clicked the switch. The room was empty, but on my nightstand, sitting right next to my glasses, was a single, jagged piece of gray shale. I looked at the window. It was locked from the inside. I looked at the door. Locked. I am a structural engineer. I understand how houses are built. I understand load-bearing walls and secure foundations. But as I stared at that rock, I realized that my house, my life, had a leak. Something was seeping through the cracks of the world I understood. I haven't slept in my bedroom since then. I sleep on the sofa with the lights on and a shotgun across my lap. It's a pathetic sight, a 37-year-old man cowering from a sound. but I know what the ranger didn't tell me, or maybe he didn't know. It doesn't just have your scent, it's not just following. It's learning. Every time it mimics my voice, it gets a little better. The wet sound is disappearing. The static is fading. It's perfecting the frequency. It's tuning itself to me. Last night, I was sitting in the living room when I heard the front door unzip. My front door is solid oak. It has a deadbolt and a heavy brass handle. It does not have a zipper. And yet, I heard the clear, rhythmic zzzzzzz zip of a heavy-duty plastic fastener being pulled from top to bottom. Then I heard the footsteps. They didn't come from the hallway. They came from the ceiling. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy boots walking across the drywall of the ceiling as if gravity had simply flipped. They moved toward the center of the room, directly above my head, and then they stopped. I looked up. The white plaster was smooth. There were no cracks, no dust falling, but I could hear the breathing. It was right above me, and it wasn't wet anymore. It was my breath. The exact rhythm of my own panicked gasps echoed back to me from the ceiling. I'm writing this because I don't think I have much time left before the echo becomes the original. I went to the bathroom an hour ago to splash water on my face. I looked in the mirror, and for a split second, my reflection didn't move when I did. It stayed still, staring at me with a look of intense, predatory curiosity. And then it smiled. I didn't smile. My mouth was a thin line of terror. But the man in the glass, the man who looks like me, wears my clothes and has my eyes, he showed his teeth. I'm leaving Portland tonight. I'm going to drive east into the desert where there are no trees and the ground is sand, not shale. Maybe if there's nothing to echo, it will lose me. Maybe if the world is flat and silent, it will starve. But as I pack my bag, I can hear it in the hallway. These zip. It's opening my suitcase for me. If you find this, and if you ever find yourself on the Blackwood Ridge Trail, do me a favor. If you hear a footstep behind you, don't look. And if you see a man who looks exactly like me, hiking with a confident stride and a friendly smile, don't say hello. Because I'm still in the house, and the thing that's leaving, it isn't me. The desert was supposed to be a vacuum. I chose a rental cabin outside of Christmas Valley, a place where the landscape is an exercise in minimalism. Sagebrush, cracked earth, and a sky so vast it makes you feel like an ant under a magnifying glass. There are no ancient Douglas firs to hide behind, no jagged shale to crunch underfoot, and certainly no echoes. Sound in the high desert doesn't bounce. It bleeds out into the horizon and dies. I drove 600 miles in a single burst, my knuckles white against the steering wheel. Every time I looked in the rearview mirror, I braced myself to see that thing sitting in the backseat, but the leather was empty. Still, the sensation of being watched didn't fade. It wasn't the prickle of a predator's gaze anymore. It was the heavy, oppressive feeling of being a twin whose sibling is standing just out of sight. The cabin was a cinder block square with a corrugated metal roof. No attic, no basement, no crawl space, just 4 walls and a concrete slab. I moved in with nothing but a duffel bag and my shotgun. I didn't even bring the thermal camera. I'd smashed it with a hammer in a gas station parking lot in Bend and tossed the pieces into 3 different bins. I wanted no record of it. I wanted to starve the memory. For the first 3 days, there was silence, real, aching silence. The wind hissed through the sage, a constant, grainy white noise that smoothed over the jagged edges of my nerves. I began to think I'd won. I spent my hours sitting on a plastic lawn chair, staring at the fossil lake dunes. I was stripped back to basics: eat, sleep, watch the horizon. I was an engineer again, calculating the distance between myself and the nearest human being, 14 miles, and finding comfort in the math. On the fourth night, the wind stopped. It happened at exactly 3:00 a.m. I was awake, lying on the cot, staring at the shadows cast by the moon through the single, uncurtained window. The hiss of the desert vanished, replaced by a vacuum so absolute it made my eardrums throb. Then came the sound. It wasn't a footstep, it was the sound of a pencil scratching on paper. I sat up, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. The sound was coming from the small wooden table in the corner where I'd left a legal pad and a pen. Scritch, 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 scritch. It was rhythmic, deliberate. I didn't turn on the light. I reached for the shotgun, the cold steel of the barrel, the only thing keeping me grounded. I watched the table. In the pale moonlight, I could see the pen. It was standing upright. No hand was holding it. It was moving across the paper in jerky, mechanical strokes, as if someone were learning how to write for the very first time. I didn't move, I didn't breathe. I watched that pen for 10 minutes until it finally clicked shut and fell flat on the table. I waited for sunrise. When the first orange sliver of light cut across the floor, I crept toward the table. My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped the gun. I looked at the legal pad. It wasn't words, not exactly. It was a drawing. It was a perfect technical blueprint of the cabin. The dimensions were exact, 12 by 15 feet. The thickness of the cinder blocks was noted in the margins. The placement of the cot, the table, and the chair were all marked with precise little excess, but it was the center of the room that made me scream. In the middle of the floor plan, where I was currently standing, the pen had pressed so hard it had torn through 3 layers of paper. In that hole, someone had sketched a single, jagged piece of shale. Underneath the drawing, in handwriting that was a perfect, terrifying replica of my own, were 4 words. The foundation is weak. I didn't run this time. Where was there to go? I was in the middle of a wasteland. If it could find me here, it could find me anywhere. Instead, I sat on the floor and stared at the drawing. I analyzed it. I looked at the line work. It was too perfect. No human hand, even mine, could draw a straight line with that kind of mathematical certainty without a ruler. It wasn't just copying my handwriting, it was optimizing it. That afternoon, the mimicry moved beyond sound. I was standing outside, trying to breathe the hot, dry air, when I saw a figure on the crest of a dune about half a mile away. I raised my binoculars. It was me. It was wearing my hiking jacket, the one I'd burned in Portland. It was holding a trekking pole I'd lost on Blackwood Ridge. It was standing perfectly still, facing me. Even through the lenses, I could see the expression on its face. It wasn't the predatory smile from the mirror. It was an expression of profound, hollow grief. It looked like a man who had lost everything and was waiting for the end. I watched it for an hour. It didn't blink. It didn't shift its weight. When a dust devil swirled across the dune, the sand passed right through the figure, as if it were a trick of the light. But when the wind died down, the figure was still there, and now it was 10 feet closer. It wasn't walking, it was rendering. Every time I blinked, it was nearer. I went back inside and barricaded the door with the table and the cot. I sat in the center of the room, the shotgun across my lap, and waited. I knew the rules now. I knew the echo was no longer behind me. It was surrounding me. As the sun began to set, the cabin started to change. It started with the smell. The dry, dusty scent of the desert was replaced by the damp, cloying odor of rotting pine and wet earth. Then came the sounds of the woods. I heard the distant scream of a hawk, the rustle of wind through needles that weren't there, and the trickling of a stream that was hundreds of miles away. The cinder block walls began to sweat, not water, but a thick gray slurry that smelled of minerals and ancient pressure. I watched in horror as the gray liquid began to harden, turning into plates of shale that fused themselves over the concrete. My desert sanctuary was being rewritten. It was being turned back into the ridge. "What do you want?" I yelled into the empty room. My voice sounded thin, like a recording played on a dying battery. The response didn't come from the air. It came from the floor. Thump! Something hit the underside of the concrete slab. A heavy, rhythmic beat, a footstep from below. Thump, thump, thump. The floor began to vibrate. I looked down and saw a crack forming in the center of the room. It wasn't a structural failure. It was a deliberate opening. From the darkness of the crack, a hand reached out. It was my hand, the same scar on the knuckle from a kitchen accident when I was 12, the same calluses from years of drafting, but the skin was the color of a bruise, and the fingernails were jagged shards of stone. It gripped the edge of the concrete and pulled. I scrambled back against the wall, leveling the shotgun at the hole. "Stay back. I'll shoot. I swear to God I'll shoot." The head emerged next. It was me, but the eyes were wrong. They weren't pupils and irises. They were twin pools of polished obsidian, reflecting nothing but the dark. It looked at me, and for the first time, it spoke in real time. There was no delay, no sampling. "The foundation is weak," it said. The voice was a perfect unison with my own. When I gasped, it gasped. When I sobbed, it sobbed. I pulled the trigger. The blast was deafening in the small room. The buckshot hit the figure square in the chest, but there was no blood, no gore. The body simply shattered like a statue. Thousands of pieces of gray shale erupted into the air, peppering the walls and my face. The figure was gone. The hole in the floor was gone. I slumped against the wall, the smell of cordite filling my lungs. I was laughing, a hysterical, broken sound. I'd killed it. I'd finally broken the echo. But the laughter didn't stop when I closed my mouth. It continued, echoing off the shale-covered walls, growing louder and more rhythmic. I looked at my hands. They were turning gray. The skin was hardening, becoming cold and brittle. I tried to move my fingers, but they creaked like rusted hinges. I looked at the legal pad on the table. The drawing had changed again. The X was no longer in the center of the room. It was outside, on the dune. And the figure on the dune, the one I'd seen through the binoculars, was no longer me. It was a man in a rental cabin, holding a shotgun, looking down at his own turning hands with a look of absolute horror. I realized then the nature of the trap. The thing on the cliff wasn't a predator that followed you home. It was a replacement process. It doesn't kill you, it trades with you. It takes your fear, your voice, your memories, and your physical form, piece by piece, until the original is nothing but a collection of echoes trapped in the stone, and the echo is the one walking back into the world. I am writing this on the last scrap of paper that hasn't turned to stone. My vision is fading, becoming a series of thermal gradients. I can feel the weight of the mountain pressing down on me, even though I am in the middle of the desert. I can hear the me outside. He's walking toward the cabin now. His footsteps are light, rhythmic, and perfectly human. He isn't crunching on shale. He's walking on sand. He's whistling a tune I used to love but can no longer remember the name of. He's going to walk through that door. He's going to take my car keys. He's going to drive back to Portland. He's going to call my mother and tell her he's sorry for being out of touch. He's going to go to my office and finish the structural integrity report for the new bridge on I-5. He's going to live my life better than I ever did because he doesn't have the trauma. He is the trauma. I am becoming the cliff. I am becoming the footsteps. If you are reading this, it means he wanted you to. He wants you to know the story, because stories are just another kind of echo. They travel from person to person, vibrating in the air, looking for a place to land. The door handle is turning, not a zipper, a normal brass handle. He's home. I'm going to close my eyes now, not because I'm tired, but because I'm becoming the dark. When I open them again, I won't be the man behind the gun. I'll be the sound of a footstep on a path where you know you're alone. I'll be the hand in your zippered pocket. I'll be the smile in your mirror. Don't turn around, don't scream, and for God's sake, don't stop. Because I am very, very hungry for a life that feels real. The door didn't just open, it glided on hinges that had been oiled by someone who cared more about my home than I ever had. The man who walked in was wearing my favorite flannel shirt, the one with the frayed left cuff that I'd lost in a move 3 years ago. He looked hydrated. He looked rested. He looked like the version of myself I saw in old photographs from before the stress of the firm started carving lines into my forehead. He didn't look at me at first. He walked to the wooden table, picked up the legal pad, and tusked at the mess I'd made with the shotgun blast. The buckshot had peppered the cinder blocks, but where the lead had struck, the wall hadn't crumbled. It had bled a thick, gray silt that was already hardening into a shelf of sedimentary rock. You always were messy with the details, Elias, he said. My name, he said it with a warmth I hadn't felt in years. It wasn't the flat, mechanical mimicry from the bedroom or the wet, slapping sound from the ridge. It was a voice full of resonance, of vibration, of blood and bone. It was a voice that belonged to the living. I tried to stand, but my legs felt like pillars of salt. My knees didn't bend. They ground together with a sound like 2 millstones. I looked down at my hands and saw that the transformation had reached my elbows. My skin was no longer flesh. It was a mosaic of gray scales, cold and unyielding. The shotgun fell from my lap, hitting the floor with a metallic clang that didn't echo. The sound was simply swallowed by the room. Who are you? I rasped. My voice was a dry whistle, the sound of wind through a cracked pipe. He finally looked at me. His eyes were clear, a piercing hazel that I recognized from my own driver's license, but they held a depth of ancient patience that no human could possess. He knelt down in front of me, careful not to get the gray dust on his clean jeans. I'm the structural integrity you were missing, he whispered. The ridge doesn't just take Elias, it archives, it preserves. You were falling apart long before you stepped onto that trail. The stress, the isolation, the way you looked at the world as a series of loads and pressures, but never felt the ground beneath your own feet. You were a ghost in your own life. I'm just the solid ground rising up to meet you. He reached out and touched my cheek. His hand was warm, mine was ice. Where his fingers brushed my skin, I felt a momentary surge of sensation, a memory of a summer rain, the smell of a new book, the taste of a cold beer. And then, as he pulled his hand away, those sensations went with him. I couldn't remember what rain felt like. I knew the word, I knew the meteorological definition, but the feeling was gone. He had harvested it. Why me? I managed to ask. The gray was climbing my throat now. Each word felt like swallowing glass. Because you listened, he said, standing up and dusting off his knees. Most people hear the echo and they run. They drown it out with music or conversation. But you, You stopped, you measured the frequency, you looked for the source, you invited the resonance in Elias. You wanted to know what was behind the veil of the physical world. Well, this is it. The world isn't made of atoms, it's made of repetitions. He walked to the duffel bag I'd packed and zipped it shut. The sound was crisp, a perfect zip that contained no malice, only finality. He slung the bag over his shoulder and headed for the door. "Wait," I croaked. The stone was in my jaw now. I couldn't move my head. What happens to me? He paused at the threshold, the bright desert sun silhouetting him, making him look like a saint carved from light. You stay, you become the foundation, you become the memory of this place. And one day, maybe years from now, another man will come here looking for silence, and you'll give it to him. You'll give him exactly what he asks for, just like the ridge gave it to you. He stepped out and closed the door. I heard the lock click, a solid, secure sound. I heard the engine of my car start up. It didn't sputter. It roared to life with a vitality it hadn't possessed in months. I heard the tires crunch over the gravel, the sound receding further and further until it was just a faint vibration in the ground. Then there was nothing. I sat in the center of the darkened cabin, a statue of shale and regret. I couldn't blink. I couldn't breathe. I didn't need to. I was part of the room now. I felt the weight of the corrugated metal roof as if it were resting on my own shoulders. I felt the thermal expansion of the cinder blocks as the sun beat down on them. I was no longer a person experiencing a space. I was the space itself. Hours passed, or maybe days. Time has no meaning when you are geological. I watched the light move across the floor in a slow, agonizing arc. I watched a spider weave a web between my stone fingers, the silk tugging at my unfeeling skin. I was a monument to a man who had vanished. But then the hunger started. It wasn't a hunger for food, it was a hunger for vibration. The silence of the desert was no longer a comfort. It was a vacuum that threatened to crack my very essence. I needed a sound to anchor me. I needed a frequency to mimic. I began to realize that the presence on the ridge hadn't been malicious. It had been lonely. It was a void that could only define itself by reflecting what fell into it. I began to hum. It wasn't a sound made with vocal cords. It was a resonance within the stone. I vibrated my chest, sending a low-frequency pulse into the concrete slab, through the desert floor, out into the vast, empty waste. "I am here," the vibration said. "I am the echo of a man named Elias." And then I felt it. A mile away, a coyote trotted across a dry wash. I felt the rhythmic thud of its paws. I reached out with my consciousness, catching the frequency, and I sent it back. Thud, 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 thud. The animal paused, its ears twitching, confused by the ghost of its own movement. I felt a surge of cold electricity, a momentary spark of being. I understood then. This was the life cycle. To be the echo is to wait for the original. Weeks turned into months. The cabin became a local mystery, I suppose. I heard a truck pull up once, the park rangers or perhaps the owner of the land. I heard their voices. "Doors locked from the inside," a man said. "Windows too." "Think he just walked off into the dunes?" a woman asked. Her voice was high, melodic. I memorized the pitch instantly. I stored it in the cracks of my ribs. "Maybe people do weird things in the desert. The heat gets to 'em, but look at this. The walls. What kind of stone is that? It's not cinder block anymore." I felt her hand brush against the outside of the wall, against my back. The warmth was intoxicating. I wanted to pull her in. I wanted to wrap her in shale and keep her heat forever. I vibrated a tiny, microscopic sliver of her own voice back at her. "Help," I whispered through the stone. Did you hear that? She asked, her voice trembling. Hear what? It's just the wind in the metal roof. Come on, let's get the bolt cutters. We need to clear this place out. They didn't stay long. They broke the lock, but when they stepped inside, they found nothing but an empty room and a very strange humanoid rock formation in the corner that looked vaguely like a man sitting on a chair. They poked at me with a flashlight. They commented on the art piece the previous tenant must have left behind. They didn't see the obsidian eyes. They didn't see the way the shale rippled when they spoke. They left and they boarded up the windows. They called the cabin unstable. Now I wait. The desert is no longer silent to me. I can hear the tectonic plates grinding miles beneath me. I can hear the frantic heartbeat of a kangaroo rat hiding in the shade of the cabin. I can hear the distant hum of the highway, a river of potential lives flowing past me. But mostly, I listen for the footsteps. I'm getting better at the mimicry. I don't need a voice anymore. I can mimic the sound of a heartbeat. I can mimic the sound of a thought. Sometimes, when the wind is just right, I can project myself. I can make a hiker 10 miles away feel a sudden, inexplicable chill. I can make a driver look in their rearview mirror and see a face that isn't there. I am expanding. The shale is spreading through the floor, into the earth, connecting me to the ancient bones of the world. I am no longer Elias, the structural engineer. I am the structure itself. And then, last night, it happened. A car pulled off the road. I felt the weight of it press into the sand half a mile away. I felt the door open. I felt the footsteps, heavy, confident, and familiar. He was coming back. The man who stole my life was standing outside the boarded-up window. He didn't say a word, but I could feel his presence. He was vibrant. He was full of all the things I had lost, the smell of rain, the taste of coffee, the feeling of a breeze on skin. He had lived my life for a year, and he had brought it back to me, polished and ripe. It's time, Elias, he said through the wood. The boards on the window didn't break. They simply dissolved into gray dust. He stepped into the room. He looked older now, more seasoned. He looked like the man I was supposed to become. How was it? I vibrated. It was loud, he said, smiling. Too many voices, too much friction. I missed the weight of the stone. He sat down in front of me in the same spot where I had sat a year ago. He reached out and touched my stone hand. This time he didn't take, he gave. I felt the rush of 1,000 memories. I saw the Portland skyline at night. I felt the grip of a steering wheel. I heard the laughter of a woman I'd met in a bar 6 months ago, a woman he had loved using my heart. I felt the warmth of a life well lived, flowing from his flesh into my cold, gray veins. And as the life flowed into me, the stone flowed into him. I watched as his skin turned to ash, then to shale. I watched as his eyes clouded over into obsidian. He didn't scream. He didn't fight. He leaned into it, a man finally laying down a heavy burden. Thank you, he whispered, his voice cracking into a dry, hollow whistle. I stood up. My joints didn't grind. They moved with fluid, muscular grace. I looked at my hands. They were pink. They were soft. I could feel the air moving over my knuckles. I could feel the pulse in my wrist, a frantic, beautiful drumbeat. I walked to the door and stepped out into the desert night. The air was cool, and for the first time in my life, I didn't try to measure the temperature. I just felt it. I walked to the car, my car, and sat in the driver's seat. I looked in the rearview mirror. A man stared back at me. He had my eyes, my hair, my face, but there was something new there, a hardness, a foundation that could never be shaken. I started the engine and turned toward the west. I had a life to get back to. I had a bridge to finish. I had a woman to call. But as I drove away from the cabin, I heard a sound from the back seat. It was a faint, rhythmic scratching, like a pen on a legal pad. I didn't look back, I knew what it was. It was the sound of the next echo beginning. It was the sound of the world making sure that nothing is ever truly lost, only traded. I turned up the radio, loud and brassy, drowning out the scratching with the sound of a human voice. I drove into the dark, a man made of stolen memories and borrowed skin, heading back to a city that would never know the difference. Because on Blackwood Ridge, the footsteps never stop, they just change shoes. And as I reached the highway, I realized I wasn't whistling a tune I loved. I was whistling the sound of the wind through the shale. The transition was complete. I was the original now. For as long as the stone allowed. The transition back into the city was a sensory assault that felt like being skinned alive. Every neon sign on the outskirts of Portland felt like a needle pressing into my retinas. Every hum of a transformer was a low-frequency vibration that threatened to turn my newly softened bones back into silt. I sat in the driver's seat of the car, my hands, fleshy, sweating, terrifyingly soft hands, gripping the steering wheel until the knuckles went white. I had to remember how to breathe. It wasn't an automatic process yet. I had to consciously command my lungs to expand, to pull in the smog-heavy air of the interstate, to filter the oxygen into a bloodstream that felt too thin, too fast, too hot. I pulled into a gas station under the harsh, buzzing glow of halogen lights. The attendant, a teenager with oily hair and a vacant expression, didn't even look up from his phone as I walked in. I stood by the refrigerated drinks, mesmerized by the hum of the compressors. To him, it was background noise. To me, it was a choir. I could hear the microscopic fractures in the metal casing. I could feel the rhythmic pulse of the coolant cycling through the tubes. I bought a bottle of water just to feel the condensation on my palms. The coldness was sharp, a jagged edge of reality that made me want to weep. "You okay, man?" the kid asked, finally looking up. His voice was a flat, nasal drone. I cataloged it instantly, my mind instinctively searching for the resonance, the frequency I would need to mimic if I ever had to become him. "Just tired," I said. My voice sounded strange to my own ears, too resonant, too full of wet, vibrating life. It didn't have the dry, architectural stability of the stone. Long drive. "Yeah," he grunted, turning back to his screen. "Whatever." I walked back to the car, my reflection in the glass door flickering. For a split second, the fluorescent light hit me at an angle that stripped away the illusion. I didn't see a man in a flannel shirt. I saw a column of gray dust held together by sheer, desperate will. I blinked, and the image was gone. I was Elias again. I was the man with the structural integrity report. I drove to my apartment, his apartment. The key slid into the lock with a mechanical precision that felt like a homecoming. Inside, the air smelled of stale coffee and a laundry detergent I didn't recognize. He had changed the brand. He had also bought plants. 3 succulents sat on the windowsill, their thick, waxy leaves holding onto water with a greedy tenacity that I found deeply relatable. I sat on the sofa and stared at the wall. The silence of the apartment was different from the silence of the desert. In the desert, silence is a physical weight, a presence that demands to be filled. Here, silence was merely an absence. It felt hollow. I picked up the phone on the coffee table. There were 3 missed calls from a name I didn't know, Sarah. I scrolled through the messages. Hey, are you back yet? The hike sounded intense. Call me when you're human again. Lilia's just checking in. You disappeared on me. Okay, guess you're still in the brooding architect phase. Talk soon. I felt a cold prickle of dread. This Sarah, she was the one he had loved using my heart. She was the one who knew the texture of his voice, the way he laughed, the way he smelled. She was the ultimate test. If I could fool her, I could fool the world. But more than that, I realized with a sudden, sharp hunger that I wanted what she had. I wanted the warmth she offered. I didn't just want to play the part of Elias. I wanted to consume the life he had built in my absence. I hit the call button. The ringing tone vibrated against my ear, a rhythmic electronic pulse that I found myself syncing my heartbeat to. Elias, her voice was bright, relieved. You're alive. I'm alive, I said. I closed my eyes, picturing the way the stone inside the cabin had vibrated. I modulated my tone, adding a layer of exhaustion, a touch of the brooding she expected. I just got back. It was a lot. I bet you sounded so weird before you left, like you were looking for something you were afraid to find. Did you find it? I looked down at my hands. In the dim light of the apartment, the skin looked pale, almost translucent. I found a lot of things, Sarah. I found out that the world is much older than we think, and much more patient. God, you're so dramatic, she laughed. The sound was like silver bells, a frequency so pure it made my teeth ache. Listen, come over. I made that lasagna you like, the one with the extra ricotta. I'll be there in 20 minutes, I said. As I hung up, I felt a tremor in my legs. It wasn't fear. It was the stone. Deep inside me, at the core of my being, there was still a seed of the cliff. It was a cold, hard knot that didn't belong in a body of flesh. It was the anchor that kept me from drifting away, but it was also a reminder. I wasn't a man who had returned from a trip. I was a mountain that had learned to walk. I stood up and went to the bathroom to splash water on my face. I looked in the mirror, bracing myself for the obsidian eyes, the shale skin, but the face in the glass was perfect. It was handsome, rested, and entirely human. Then I noticed the soap dispenser. It was a simple plastic pump sitting on the edge of the sink, but as I watched, a thin layer of gray dust began to settle around its base. I wiped it away, but a second later, more appeared. It wasn't dust from the air. It was shedding from me. I realized then that the trade wasn't a one-time transaction. It was a leak. The original Elias, the one I had left in the cabin, was still connected to me. We were two ends of a bridge, and the pressure was seeking equilibrium. I was the high-pressure system, full of life and heat, and he was the vacuum. Every second I spent in this world, I was losing a little bit of myself back to the stone. I needed to move faster. I needed to anchor myself in this life before I evaporated. I drove to Sarah's place, a small bungalow in a neighborhood lined with Douglas firs. The trees felt like sentinels, their roots deep in the earth, whispering to the stone inside me. I ignored them. I focused on the smell of wood smoke and the sound of a distant dog barking. Sarah opened the door before I could knock. She was exactly as the memories had promised, shorter than me, with a tangle of dark hair and eyes that seemed to see everything and judge none of it. She threw her arms around my neck, and the impact of her body against mine was a shock of pure, unadulterated heat. "You're freezing," she said, pulling back to look at me, her brow furrowed. "Elias, your skin is like ice." "The AC in the car," I lied. My tongue felt heavy, a slab of wet flint. I couldn't get it to shut off. She pulled me inside, the warmth of the house wrapping around me like a blanket. The smell of garlic and toasted cheese was overwhelming. It was too much. The complexity of the scent, the layers of fat, herb, and salt, was a cacophony that my senses struggled to process. I had been a rock for so long. I had forgotten that the world was made of so many different things. "Sit," she commanded, pointing to the kitchen table. "You look like you've seen a ghost." "Something like that," I murmured. As she moved around the kitchen, her movements were a dance of kinetic energy. She was so loud in her existence. Every footstep on the linoleum, every clink of a fork, every breath, it was a symphony of living. I watched her mesmerized, and I felt the hunger growing, not for the lasagna, for her. I wanted to absorb her vitality. I wanted to wrap my cold, stony essence around her warmth until we were both the same temperature. "So," she said, sliding a plate in front of me, "tell me about the ridge. Was it as creepy as the stories say?" I took a bite of the food. It tasted like ash. My taste buds couldn't register the flavor. They only felt the texture, the mushy pasta, the grainy cheese. It was like eating wet clay. I forced myself to swallow. "It was quiet," I said, "too quiet. You start to hear things when there's no noise. You start to hear the mountain thinking." She shivered, a small, delicate movement of her shoulders. Don't. You know I hate that metaphysical stuff. I like things I can touch, things that are solid." She reached across the table and took my hand. Her thumb traced the line of my palm. I felt the heat of her blood through her skin, a pulsing, rhythmic throb. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever felt. "You're so tense," she whispered. "Relax, Elia's your home." I looked at her, and for a moment the hunger was replaced by a profound, hollow sadness. I wasn't Elia's. I was the thing that had replaced him, and the man she loved was currently sitting in a darkened cabin 300 miles away, turning into a statue of shale. He had given me this. He had handed me his life like a gift or a curse, and now I was here, pretending to be the man who enjoyed extra ricotta. But then the sadness hardened. The stone inside me didn't want sadness. It wanted stability. It wanted to survive. "I am home," I said, and this time the voice was perfect. It wasn't a mimicry. It was a theft. We spent the evening on her sofa, a movie playing on the television that I didn't watch. I was too busy listening to her heart. I leaned my head against her chest, and the sound of her valves opening and closing was a metronome that anchored me to the physical world. I felt the gray dust shedding from my pores, invisible in the dark, settling into the fibers of her rug, but I didn't care. I was drinking her in. "You're being very clingy tonight," she teased, her fingers running through my hair. "Not that I'm complaining. Usually, I have to pry you away from your blueprints with a crowbar." "The bridge can wait," I said. "The I-5 project, I thought that was your baby. You said the structural integrity was all wrong, that the whole thing was built on a fault line they hadn't accounted for." I stiffened. "The bridge, the structural integrity report." I remembered the words from the cabin. He's going to go to my office and finish the structural integrity report. He's going to live my life better than I ever did. I realized with a jolt of cold clarity why the me in the cabin had been so insistent on that detail. The bridge wasn't just a job, it was a metaphor, a structure built on a flaw, a connection between two places that shouldn't be joined. "I'll finish it tomorrow," I said. "I know exactly what needs to be done now." I knew that a structure only stands because of the tension between its parts. I knew that you could replace a support beam with something stronger, something more permanent, and the bridge would hold. But it wouldn't be the same bridge anymore. It would be an echo of the original, reinforced by something that didn't know how to break. That night, as Sarah slept beside me, I stayed awake. I watched the moon move across the ceiling. I felt the house settle, the wood creaking as it cooled. In the silence, I heard it again. The scratching. It was coming from inside the walls, a faint, rhythmic sound, like a pen on a legal pad, or like a finger made of stone dragging across a cinder block. Scratch, scratch, scratch. I sat up in bed, his heart hammering in my chest. I looked at Sarah. She was deep in sleep, her breath slow and even. She didn't hear it. She couldn't hear it. I got out of bed, my feet silent on the hardwood floor. I followed the sound. It wasn't coming from the walls. It was coming from the hallway. I walked to the closet where she kept the linens. The scratching was louder here. I opened the door. There on the floor of the closet, tucked behind a stack of towels, was a legal pad. It was my legal pad, the one from the cabin. I picked it up with trembling hands. The paper felt cold, like it had been kept in a freezer. I flipped through the pages. The drawings were there, the ridge, the cabin, the figure on the dune. But the last page had changed. It was a drawing of Sarah's bedroom. It was a perfect architectural rendering of the space I had just left. The bed, the dresser, the window. And there, lying in the bed next to Sarah, was a figure. It was a man made of stone, a statue of shale, its obsidian eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling. And standing in the doorway of the bedroom, looking at the statue, was a man who looked exactly like me. The X was no longer on the map. The X was now a small, precise mark on the man's forehead. I looked at the drawing, and then I looked at the mirror on the back of the closet door. The mark was there, a small gray X etched into the skin of my forehead, right between my eyes. It wasn't a wound, it was a crack. I touched it, and a tiny flake of stone fell away, hitting the floor with a sound like a grain of sand. The hunger returned, sharper than ever. I realized that the life I had stolen wasn't enough. The trade wasn't balanced. I was the echo, and I was trying to play the part of the original, but the world knew the difference. The house knew, the paper knew. The very air was trying to reject me, to push me back to the ridge where I belonged. I walked back into the bedroom and stood over Sarah. She looked so soft, so fragile. She was made of things that could break, things that could bleed, things that could die. She was everything I was not. I reached out my hand. My fingers were turning gray again. The transformation was accelerating. The original in the cabin was pulling harder now, his silence demanding to be shared. I didn't want to go back. I wouldn't go back. I knelt down beside the bed. I didn't touch her skin. I touched her shadow. I felt the vibration of her presence, the frequency of her soul. I began to hum, a low tectonic resonance that vibrated through the floorboards, through the mattress, into her very bones. I wasn't trying to wake her. I was trying to sync with her. If the world wouldn't let me be Elias, then I would make the world into the ridge. I would turn this house into a collection of echoes. I would turn the city into a forest of stone. I would spread the shale until there was no difference between the living and the archived. The scratching in the closet stopped. Sarah stirred in her sleep. She murmured a name, his name, and reached out a hand to the empty space beside her. I lined in, my breath a cold whistle of wind. I'm here, I whispered. I'm the solid ground. Outside, the Douglas firs began to shed their needles. They didn't rot. They turned gray. They became brittle. They became part of the foundation. I sat there in the dark, a man-shaped void, waiting for the sun to rise on a world that was slowly, inevitably, beginning to echo my footsteps. I was no longer hungry. I was a mountain, and a mountain has all the time in the world. The morning light didn't wash over the room, it abraded it. To my eyes, the sun was a pressurized blast of radiation that sought out the microscopic fissures in my borrowed skin. I stood by the window of Sarah's bedroom, watching the neighborhood wake up. A jogger thudded past on the sidewalk, thump, 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 and with every strike of his heel, I felt the vibration travel through the concrete, up the foundation of the house, and into the soles of my feet. To him, it was exercise. To me, it was a seismic event. Sarah stirred behind me. The rustle of the sheets was a landslide of silk. Elia's, her voice was thick with sleep, a warm, syrupy sound that felt dangerously heavy. Why are you standing in the dark? I didn't turn around immediately. I needed a second to pull the mask tight. I visualized the structural integrity report, the cold, hard mathematics of load-bearing walls and tension cables. I used the logic of the bridge to stitch my face into a smile. Just thinking about the I-5 project, I said. My voice was smoother this morning, less like grinding gravel, more like a polished marble floor. The fault line. I think I figured out how to damp the resonance. I turned. She was propped up on one elbow, her hair a chaotic halo. She looked at me, and for a heartbeat her eyes narrowed. The intuition of the living is a prickly, difficult thing. She didn't see the shale, but she felt the change in the room's pressure. You look different, she whispered. Taller, maybe, or just more, there. I feel more there than I have in years, I said. It wasn't a lie. I felt dense. I felt like I displaced more volume than a human being should. I walked toward the bed and I noticed the indentation my feet left in the hardwood. It wasn't a footprint. It was a slight, permanent compression of the grain. I was becoming heavier. The vacuum in the cabin was pulling, yes, but I was pulling back, anchoring myself by sheer mass. I have to go to the office, I said, leaning down to kiss her forehead. My lips felt like two pieces of cold fruit. She shivered at the touch, but she smiled. Coffee first. No time, the city is waiting. The drive into downtown Portland was a lesson in architectural anatomy. As I moved through the streets, the buildings stopped being offices and apartments. They became skeletons. I could see the stress points in the brickwork of the old warehouses in the Pearl District. I could hear the groan of the steel beams in the skyscrapers as the wind buffeted them. I wasn't just observing the city, I was diagnosing it. I parked in the underground garage of my firm, his firm. The air down there was damp and smelled of exhaust and wet lime. It felt like a cave. I liked it. The elevator ride up to the 14th floor was a test of my internal gyroscopes. As the car ascended, I felt the shift in gravity, the way the building swayed ever so slightly in the morning breeze. I stepped out into the lobby, and the receptionist, a woman named Marcus who had worked for Elias for 6 years, looked up. Morning, Elias. Good trip. Productive, I said. I didn't stop to chat. I couldn't. The more I spoke, the more I risked the X on my forehead opening up into a full-blown rift. I locked myself in my office. The space was a temple to precision. Blueprints were rolled into neat tubes. Drafting tools were laid out with surgical exactness. On the center of the desk sat the structural integrity report for the new interstate bridge. I opened the file. The original Elias had been right. The bridge was designed to fail, not because of bad engineering, but because the earth beneath it was restless. The soil samples indicated a layer of liquefiable silt that would turn to jelly in a high-magnitude quake. I picked up a red pen. My hand was steady, terrifyingly steady. A human hand has a natural tremor, a byproduct of the nervous system's constant firing. My hand was a tripod. I didn't just correct the math. I began to redesign the pylons. I didn't want them to resist the earth. I wanted them to become part of it. I drew deep, tapering shafts that reached down past the silt, past the clay, into the bedrock itself. I designed them to be porous, to allow the mineral-rich groundwater to seep into the concrete, calcifying it over time until the bridge wasn't a man-made object anymore. It would be a range of artificial mountains spanning the river. As I worked, the scratching returned. It wasn't coming from the walls this time. It was coming from the paper. I looked down. Where I had pressed the red pen, the ink was turning gray. It wasn't drying. It was petrifying. The lines I drew were becoming raised ridges of fine, volcanic dust. I pulled my hand back, and a sharp pain lanced through my forehead. I stood up and went to the private bathroom in the corner of the office. In the fluorescent light, the X was glowing, not with light, but with a dull, matte intensity. It had grown. It now reached from the bridge of my nose up to my hairline, and inside the crack, I could see something moving. It wasn't blood. It wasn't bones. It was a miniature landscape. I saw the ridge. I saw the cabin. I saw the tiny, stick-like figure of the man I had left behind. He was standing on the porch, looking up at the sky. He was screaming. I couldn't hear him with my ears, but I could feel the vibration of his vocal cords in my own throat. He was losing his voice because I was using it. He was losing his shape because I was refining mine. "Hold on," I whispered to the mirror. "Just a little longer." I returned to the desk. I worked with a feverish, silent intensity. I finished the report, but I didn't stop there. I pulled the files for every major project the firm had in the pipeline: a library in Beaverton, a hospital wing in Vancouver, a luxury high-rise on the waterfront. I began to change them all. I inserted flaws that were actually reinforcements. I added mineral additives to the concrete specifications, compounds that would attract salt and moisture, accelerating the hardening process until the buildings became as dense as granite. I was terraforming the city from the inside out. I was turning Portland into a geological formation. A knock at the door startled me. The pen snapped in my hand, spraying gray dust across the blueprints. "Elias, it's David. You got a minute?" David, the partner, the man who had convinced Elias to take the trip to clear his head. I stood up, adjusting my collar to hide the base of the crack on my forehead. "Come in." David entered, smelling of expensive cologne and peppermint. He was a soft man, all tailored wool and gentle curves. To my eyes, he looked like a sack of warm fluid held together by a very thin membrane. He looked precarious. "You look intense," David said, stopping a few feet from the desk. He looked at the blueprints. "Is that the bridge report? I thought you were just going to sign off on the seismic dampers." "The dampers aren't enough," I said. I stepped around the desk. I noticed David flinch slightly as I approached. "The whole philosophy is wrong, David. We've been building things to survive the earth. We should be building things to be the earth." David laughed, a nervous, fluttering sound. "Okay, Frank Lloyd Wright, let's dial back the poetry. The clients want it under budget and over code. They don't want a philosophy lesson." He reached out to pat my shoulder. As his hand made contact, I felt a surge of cold energy leap from my skin to his. David gasped. He pulled his hand back as if he'd touched a live wire. Jesus, Elias, you're freezing, and what is that? He was looking at his palm. A small smudge of gray dust was smeared across his skin. He tried to wipe it off, but it didn't smear. It clung. It's just some graphite, I said, my voice dropping an octave. I've been working. No, David said, his voice trembling. He looked at me, really looked at me. He saw the X, he saw the way my eyes didn't quite reflect the office lights. He saw the stillness of my chest. Elias, what happened out there, on the ridge. I found the foundation, David, I said. I took a step closer. The floorboards beneath me didn't just creak, they groaned with the weight of a tectonic plate. I found out that the world is tired of being built upon. It wants to participate. I think you need to go home, David said, backing toward the door. I'll have Sarah come pick you up. You're not well. I've never been better, I said. I reached out and grabbed his wrist. The contact was definitive. David didn't scream. He couldn't. The moisture in his throat turned to a dry, alkaline silt instantly. I felt his pulse beneath my thumb, thump, thump, thur, and then it wasn't a pulse anymore. It was a vibration. I watched as the color drained out of his face, replaced by a dull, matte gray. The wool of his suit stiffened, the fibers fusing into a coarse, stone-like fabric. His eyes, once bright with fear, clouded over, turning into two spheres of polished obsidian. In seconds, he was no longer David. He was a statue, a perfect architectural rendering of a man in a state of mild concern. I let go of his wrist. He didn't fall. He was perfectly balanced, his center of gravity now deep in his heels. I looked at him and I felt a sense of profound peace. He was stable now. He was permanent. He would never have to worry about budgets or seismic dampers again. He was part of the foundation. I walked back to my desk and picked up the phone. I called the front desk. Marcus, David is going to be staying in my office for a while. We're working on something foundational. Don't disturb us. Sure thing, Elias, she said, her voice sounding tinny and distant. I sat back down and looked at the X in the mirror. It was closing. The sacrifice of David's vitality had fed the crack. The landscape inside my forehead was gone, replaced by smooth, tan skin. I felt stronger. The leak had stopped, but I knew it was only temporary. The city was large, and the vacuum of the cabin was infinite. I picked up the red pen and turned back to the blueprints of the hospital. There was so much work to do, so many structures that needed to be made right. I began to draw. By noon, the air in the office was thick with the smell of dry earth and old stone. The sunlight hitting the window felt less like an assault and more like a spotlight. I was no longer an intruder in this world. I was the architect of its new phase. I thought of Sarah. I thought of the lasagna with the extra ricotta. I realized I would never eat it again, not because I couldn't, but because I no longer understood the concept of soft. I picked up my cell phone and sent her a text. I'm going to be late tonight, working on the bridge. I think it's finally going to hold. I put the phone down and watched as a thin layer of gray dust began to coat the screen. I didn't wipe it away. I looked at the statue of David standing by the door. I noticed a small detail I had missed before. On his forehead, right between his unblinking eyes, a tiny, faint X was beginning to form. He was the first. I turned my attention back to the city skyline visible through my window. The The glass of the skyscrapers shimmered in the heat. To anyone else, they looked like monuments to human achievement. To me, they looked like raw material. I reached out and touched the window pane. Under my finger, the glass didn't shatter. It clouded. It became opaque, turning into a sheet of translucent quartz. The echo was growing louder. The footsteps were no longer just mine. They were the sound of the world finally settling into place. I picked up the phone again. I had a list of contractors to call. We needed to change the concrete mix for the waterfront project. We needed more minerals. We needed more weight. I began to speak, and as I did, I felt the stone in my chest grow warm. It wasn't the warmth of life. It was the warmth of a mountain baking in the sun. "Hello," I said into the receiver. "This is Elias. I have some updates to the structural specifications. We're going to be making some changes." As I talked, I watched the shadow of the bridge on the river below. It looked solid. It looked eternal. And for the first time since I had stepped off the ridge, I felt like I was exactly where I was supposed to be. I wasn't a man. I wasn't a monster. I was a solution to a problem that had been bothering the earth for a very, very long time. I was the cliff that had finally come home. The contractors didn't question the new specifications. In the world of high-stakes civil engineering, Elias Thorne was a name that carried the weight of a mountain even before I had literally become one. When I spoke into the receiver, my voice didn't just travel through the fiber optic cables. It seemed to vibrate the very plastic of the handset, a low-frequency hum that made the man on the other end, a veteran site boss named Miller, cough and clear his throat repeatedly. "It sounds heavy," Elias Miller said, his voice crackling over the line. "This new aggregate you're calling for, the basalt-heavy mix with the crystalline additives, it's going to be hell on the pumps. It's dense. It's going to set fast." "It needs to set fast," I replied, watching the way the dust motes in my office didn't dance in the sunlight but fell straight to the desk like lead filings. "The river is restless, Miller. The silt is shifting. We aren't just pouring a foundation. We're anchoring the city to the shelf. Double the pour rate. I want the north pylon finished by sunset tomorrow." "Tomorrow, Jesus," Elias the Union. "I'll handle the costs," I cut him off. My thumb traced a line on the blueprint of the bridge, and the paper beneath my touch turned the color of wood ash. "Just get the stone in the ground." I hung up. The silence that followed was absolute. In the corner, the statue of David remained perfectly still, a monument to the first successful integration. He looked peaceful, though the X on his forehead was now a distinct, jagged valley. I realized then that I wasn't just replacing people, I was archiving them. David wasn't dead in the biological sense, he was simply paused. His consciousness had been compressed. His frantic, liquid thoughts turned into the slow, tectonic ruminations of a boulder. I stood up and walked to the window. The city of Portland stretched out below me, a sprawling organism of glass, steel, and soft, vulnerable flesh. From this height, I could see the bridges spanning the Willamette like stitches on a wound. They were too thin, too light. They swayed in the wind, a terrifying display of fragility. My phone buzzed on the desk. It was a text from Sarah. "Elias, you left your pills on the counter. The ones for the migraines. Do you want me to drop them off at the office? I'm heading that way for lunch." I stared at the screen. Migraines. The old Elias had suffered from them. Pressure built up in the soft tissue of his brain, a physiological protest against the stress of his life. I felt a phantom memory of that pain, a distant flickering of heat, but it was gone as soon as it arrived. I didn't have brains anymore. I had strata. "No need," I typed back. My fingers felt like marble cylinders against the glass screen. The pressure is gone. I've never felt clearer. Stay home, Sarah. The traffic is going to be difficult today. I didn't wait for a reply. I turned off the phone. I needed more mass. The hunger was returning, but it had changed. It was no longer a frantic, starving thing. It was a gravitational pull. The house in the suburbs, the office on the 14th floor, these were outposts, but they weren't the core. I needed to move. I walked out of my office, leaving David to guard the blueprints. Marcus, the receptionist, didn't look up as I passed. She was staring at her computer screen, her brow furrowed. "Everything okay, Marcus?" I asked. "I don't know," she whispered, not taking her eyes off the monitor. "The sensors on the building, the seismic monitors in the basement, they're all redlining, but I don't feel a thing. Do you feel a tremor, Elias?" "It's just the settling," I said. "The city is finding its center." I reached out and touched the granite countertop of her desk. I felt the mineral pulse of the stone, a deep, resonant greeting. I pushed a small amount of my own density into the slab. The granite groaned, a hairline fracture spreading from my palm toward the edge of the desk. "Call the maintenance crew," I suggested. "Tell them the foundation is stabilizing." I took the elevator down. This time I didn't stand in the center of the car. I stood in the corner, pressing my shoulder against the steel wall. I wanted to feel the cables strain. I wanted to hear the motor whine under the sudden, impossible weight of my presence. By the time the doors opened in the lobby, the elevator was hanging 3 inches below the floor level. I walked out into the bright afternoon. The air felt thin, insubstantial. I started toward the waterfront, toward the bridge site. As I walked, the world began to react to me. It wasn't overt, not yet, but the birds stopped singing as I passed. The dogs on leashes began to howl, their noses pressed to the pavement, sensing a predator that didn't smell like blood, but like old, cold earth. I reached the construction site for the I-5 replacement. It was a chaos of yellow excavators, humming generators, and men in neon vests. They were moving too fast. They were too loud. They were trying to force the earth into shapes it didn't want to hold. Miller saw me and jogged over, his boots kicking up clouds of dust. "Elias, you're early. We're just prepping the first pylon pour. The mix is, well, it's like liquid laid, just like you wanted. But the engineers are worried about the heat of hydration. This much mass setting this fast, it might crack the casing." "It won't crack," I said. I walked toward the edge of the massive pit where the pylon would be anchored. The river was only 50 feet away, its gray-green water churning against the riprap. The casing is just a skin. What matters is the core. I looked down into the pit. Deep in the shadows, I could see the rebar cage, a skeleton of rusted iron waiting to be fleshed out with stone. "Is everyone out of the pit?" I commanded. "What?" "We're still tying the last of the sensors." "Out," I repeated. The word vibrated in Miller's chest. He turned pale, his eyes widening. He didn't argue. He signaled to the men below. As the workers climbed out, grumbling about the schedule, I felt the pull from the ridge. It was a long-distance tether, a line of force connecting me to that silent cabin and the man who was currently becoming a hollow shell. He was the anchor, and I was the weight. I stepped to the very edge of the excavation. The soil beneath my feet, the liquefiable silt the reports had warned about, didn't give way. It compacted. It turned into a shelf of hard-packed clay in seconds. I reached out my hand and touched the cold, vibrating air above the pit. "Let go," I thought. I began to hum. It wasn't a melody. It was a frequency. It was the sound of a mountain being born. It was the sound of the shale on the ridge, the sound of the wind through the Douglas firs, the sound of the silence in the closet. The concrete trucks began to pour. The gray slurry roared down the chutes, hitting the bottom of the pit with a wet, heavy thud, but it didn't splash. As soon as it hit the ground, it obeyed the frequency. It didn't flow like a liquid, it grew like a crystal. The workers watched in a stunned, terrifying silence. They saw the concrete rising, not level and flat, but in jagged, organic spires that mimicked the shape of the ridge. It was beautiful. It was horrific. It was a cathedral of gray stone rising out of the mud. Elias Miller whispered, backing away. "What is that? That's not how it's supposed to look." "It's how it wants to look," I said. I felt the transformation in myself accelerating. My skin was no longer just gray. It was becoming translucent in the sunlight, like clouded quartz. The X on my forehead had reopened, and this time the dust was pouring out of it, a fine mist of volcanic ash that coated my shoulders and hair. I wasn't just the architect anymore. I was the blueprint. I looked across the river. On the other side, the city skyline seemed to shiver. I could feel the resonance traveling through the bedrock, crossing under the riverbed, rising up through the foundations of the buildings I had corrected earlier that morning. The hospital, the library, the high-rise. They were all beginning to hum. In the distance, a low, tectonic groan echoed across the valley. It wasn't an earthquake, it was a synchronization. I turned back to Miller. He was frozen, his mouth open in a silent scream. He was already beginning to gray at the edges. The air around me was so dense with the echo that the living could no longer breathe. They were being archived. One by one, the workers on the site stopped moving. They didn't fall. They simply became part of the landscape, their neon vests turning to the color of lichen, their hard hats becoming rounded river stones. I felt a pang of something, a remnant of Elias' heart. It was a thought of Sarah. She would be home by now. She would be sitting in the kitchen, wondering why I hadn't come home for the lasagna. She would be looking at the X on the drawing of the man on the ridge. I realized I couldn't leave her out there. She was too soft for the world that was coming. She would be crushed by the weight of the new reality. I had to bring her into the fold. I had to make her permanent. I turned away from the rising pylon and began to walk. My footsteps didn't just echo anymore. They boomed. Each strike of my heel sent a shockwave through the ground that shattered the windows of the nearby warehouses. The transformation of the city had begun. The trees along the waterfront were already shedding their needles, the wood of their trunks turning to petrified silica. The water in the river was slowing down, its ripples freezing into permanent waves of glass. I walked through the streets of Portland, a man-shaped mountain moving through a forest of stone. The people I passed were in various stages of the change. Some were already statues, caught in mid-stride, their faces expressions of confused eternity. Others were still struggling, their movements slow and heavy as if they were walking through molasses. I didn't stop to help them. I couldn't. This was the trade. The world of the living was a world of rot and decay, of things that broke and bled. I was giving them something better. I was giving them the gift of the ridge. By the time I reached the suburbs, the sun was beginning to set, but it wasn't a red or orange sunset. The sky was a bruised, heavy purple, the light filtered through a thick atmosphere of suspended mineral dust. I reached the house. It looked different now. The siding was no longer cedar. It was a gray, slate-like material. The windows were no longer glass, they were sheets of mica. I pushed open the front door. The hinges didn't creak, they ground against each other with the sound of a landslide. "Zara," I called out. My voice was a roar of wind in a canyon. I heard a sound from the kitchen, a soft, wet sound, the sound of something that could still bleed. I walked down the hallway. Each step I took cracked the floorboards, revealing the solid, unyielding stone beneath. I entered the kitchen. Sarah was there. She was huddled on the floor in the corner, the drawing from the closet clutched in her hands. She looked up at me, and her eyes were wide with a terror that I could no longer fully comprehend. To me, her fear looked like a structural flaw, a tremor in the foundation that needed to be stilled. "Elias," she whispered. Her voice was so thin, so fragile. It was the sound of a dry leaf skittering across a tombstone. "I'm here, Sarah," I said. I knelt down, and the kitchen floor groaned under my weight. I'm the solid ground. I reached out my hand. My fingers were long, tapered shards of obsidian. "Don't touch me," she sobbed, pressing herself back against the cabinets. "You're not him. You're the thing from the ridge. You're the echo." "I am the original now," I said. "The man in the cabin. He is the echo. He is the ghost. I am the mountain." I looked at her, and for a moment I saw her not as a woman, but as a collection of minerals and water. She was mostly water. That was the problem. Water was unstable. It evaporated. It froze. It leaked. I needed to turn her into stone. "It won't hurt," I promised. "It's just settling." I reached out and touched her cheek. She screamed, but the sound was cut short. As soon as my skin met hers, the coldness of the ridge flooded into her. I felt the vibration of her soul, that frantic, high-frequency hum of a living being. I began to hum back, matching her frequency, then slowly, inexorably, lowering it. I pulled her toward the tectonic center. I watched as the color left her eyes. I watched as her soft, blonde hair stiffened, each strand turning into a fine filament of silver-gray quartz. Her skin, once so warm and fragile, became cool and smooth, the color of a clouded sky. She didn't fight me. After the first second, the peace of the stone took her. The terror faded, replaced by a profound, unblinking calm. I held her as she hardened. I felt her heart take its last, heavy beat, and then it stopped, not because it had failed, but because it had become a core. I pulled back. She was beautiful. She was a masterpiece of geological precision. She was kneeling on the kitchen floor, her hands still clutching the drawing, her face turned up toward mine. She would stay like this forever. She would never age, never hurt, never leave me. We were the foundation of the new house. I stood up and walked to the window. Outside, the neighborhood was silent. The streetlights were flickering out, their glass bulbs replaced by glowing spheres of phosphorus. The cars in the driveways were mounds of rusted iron and petrified rubber. The city was gone. The ridge had arrived. I felt the X on my forehead seal shut for the final time. The trade was complete. The vacuum in the cabin was filled. The man on the porch was gone, his scream finally silenced by the weight of the earth. I sat down at the kitchen table. I didn't need to sleep. I didn't need to eat. I just needed to be. I looked at Sarah, my stone bride, and I felt a sense of completion that no human could ever know. We were the start of a new range. We were the first peaks of a world that would never again be broken by the wind or the rain. I closed my eyes and listened to the footsteps. They weren't coming from outside. They were coming from deep within the earth, the footsteps of the world itself, finally walking in rhythm with mine. I was the mountain, and the mountain had all the time in the world. The silence was no longer a void. It was a solid, heavy thing. It was the sound of perfection. I waited for the first sun of the new age to rise, a sun that would shine not on a world of dying things, but on a world of eternal stone. And as I waited, I felt the last of my human thoughts crumble away, falling into the dark, quiet crevices of my mind like grains of sand. I didn't need them anymore. I had the silence, I had the weight. Lies had the echo. The sunlight that eventually filtered through the mica panes of the kitchen window was not the warm, golden reach of a June morning. It was a filtered, sterile violet, the color of light passing through an amethyst geode. It did not warm the floor. It did not stir the dust, for there was no dust left to stir, only the fine, settled silt of a world that had finished its frantic vibrating. I sat at the table for what might have been hours or decades. Time had lost its fluid, river-like quality. It had become a solid block, a geological epic that I occupied all at once. I looked at Sarah. The silver-gray quartz of her hair caught the purple light, fracturing it into tiny, motionless rainbows. She was perfect. The slight tilt of her head, the way her hand was frozen mid-pressure against the drawing of the ridge, it was a testament to a moment captured and made immortal. She would never feel the sting of a migraine. She would never feel the hollow ache of a husband staying too late at the office. She was architectural now. I stood up, and the sound was like two tectonic plates grinding against one another in a deep-sea trench. My joints didn't ache, they resonated. I walked to the front door, my heavy heels punching rhythmic circular fractures into the stone floor. I didn't need to turn the knob. I simply leaned my weight against the door, and the petrified wood shattered into clean, slate-like shards, clearing a path for me. Outside, the suburb had become a graveyard of monuments. The neighbor's golden retriever was a statue of yellow sandstone near the driveway, its tail frozen in a joyful arc that would never wag again. The sprinkler system had seized mid-spray, the arcs of water now delicate, translucent ribs of ice-clear calcite bridging the gap between the lawn and the sidewalk. The air was thick and tasted of crushed pennies and wet flint. It was a dense atmosphere, one that required a different kind of lungs, lungs made of bellows and bellows made of iron. I began to walk toward the city center. I didn't use the roads. They were too narrow, too designed for the flimsy rubber of the past. I walked through fences that snapped like glass and through gardens where the roses had become rubies, their thorns sharpened into diamond-tipped needles. As I crested the hill that overlooked the Willamette Valley, I saw the full scale of the integration. Portland was no longer a city of glass and steel. It was a jagged, rising mountain range. The skyscrapers had lost their windows, the openings filled in by the rapid growth of basalt and granite, turning the office towers into massive, square-edged peaks. The bridges, my bridges, were no longer thin ribbons of suspension cables. They had thickened, the concrete and steel merging into singular, monolithic bones of the earth that fused the east and west sides into a solitary, unmoving mass. The river itself had stopped. The Willamette was a vein of solid obsidian, a black glass road that wound through the heart of the stone forest. I felt a pulse beneath my feet. It was the X from the ridge, now magnified 1,000,000 times. It was the heartbeat of the crust. Thump, thump, thump. Each beat took a minute to complete, a slow, rhythmic expansion of the bedrock. I reached the waterfront. The construction site where I had poured the pylon was now the highest peak in the immediate vicinity. It had grown, fed by the liquid lead mix and the resonance of my own presence, into a spiraling tower of gray stone that pierced the heavy, dust-laden clouds. At the base of the tower, Miller and his crew remained. They were a cluster of basalt pillars, their features smoothed by the wind of the transformation, but still recognizable. Miller's hand was still raised in a gesture of warning, a permanent signpost for a danger that had already arrived and conquered. I climbed the tower. I didn't use stairs. I simply pressed my hands into the side of the stone and felt the mountain recognize me. It shifted, creating handholds and ledges as I moved, a living staircase of mineral intent. When I reached the summit, I was higher than the tallest building had ever been. I could see the entire horizon. To the west, the coast range had risen to meet the sky, its peaks jagged and new. To the east, Mount Hood was no longer a solitary sentinel. It was the eldest brother in a family of giants that now stretched to the edge of the world. I felt the last of the Elia's memories flicker, a memory of a cup of coffee, a memory of the smell of rain on hot asphalt, a memory of the sound of a human laugh. They were ghosts. They were the echoes of a species that had been too soft to survive the hardening of the world. I looked down at my hands. They were no longer hands. They were the ends of a mountain. My skin had merged with the stone of the tower, my legs disappearing into the foundation, my torso becoming the very peak of the spire. I was no longer a man standing on a mountain. I was the mountain's crowning achievement. The X on my forehead began to glow with a dull, internal heat, this heat of the mantle, this heat of the core. I opened my mouth, and for the first time I didn't speak, I didn't hum. I rang. The sound moved out from me in a physical wave. I watched as it hit the surrounding stone towers, making them vibrate in sympathy. I watched as the ripple moved across the obsidian river and into the suburbs, reaching the house where Sarah waited. I felt her vibration return to me, a perfect, steady note of quartz and calm. The world was finally in tune. There would be no more erosion, no more landslides, no more shifting silt. The foundation was set, the city was anchored. The cliff that echoed footsteps was now the only thing that existed, and the footsteps had finally found their home. I closed my eyes, and for the first time in my existence, I felt the profound, unyielding weight of peace. I was the stone, I was the silence, I was the end of the line. The mountain did not dream, it simply endured. And as the violet sun dipped below the jagged, new horizon, I felt the first frost of eternity settle over my shoulders, coating me in a layer of diamond dust that would never melt. I was Elias, I was the ridge, I was the earth. And I was finally, beautifully still. The silence was not an absence of sound, but a density of it. It was the sound of molecular bonds tightening, of carbon under pressure, of the very atoms of the world locking into a geometric perfection that defied the chaos of biology. I sat atop my spire, my consciousness spread thin and wide like a subterranean root system. I could feel the microscopic fissures in the basalt 3 miles to the south. I could feel the slow, rhythmic compression of the tectonic plates grinding deep beneath the riverbed. I was no longer a man in a body. I was a nervous system made of fault lines and mineral veins. The violet light of the new sun began to recede, replaced by a sky of deep, bruised indigo. There were no stars. The atmosphere was too thick with the suspended particulate of the change, a shimmering veil of pulverized marble and volcanic glass that acted as a mirror. reflecting the glow of the city-turned mountain back onto itself. Portland did not go dark. It began to phosphoresce. The veins of quartz and the deposits of fluorite in the new structures drank in the dying light and breathed it back out as a pale, ghostly green. I felt a tremor. It wasn't the rhythmic heartbeat of the crust. It was something else, a jagged, uneven vibration that felt like a needle scratching across the surface of a polished diamond. It was coming from the west, from the direction of the old residential hills. I focused my perception, sending a pulse of resonance through the bedrock. The vibration came again. It was the sound of something soft, something organic, something that had not yet been archived. It was a survivor. The thought should have brought a flicker of Elia's old empathy, a spark of human concern. Instead, it felt like a structural impurity. It was a pocket of air in a concrete pour, a bubble of gas in a cooling magma chamber. It was a flaw that threatened the integrity of the whole. If one thing remained soft, the entire world was at risk of rot. The rot of growth, the rot of decay, the rot of choice. I willed my consciousness toward the source. I didn't move my body. My body was the tower now, its base fused into the very mantle of the earth, but I extended my reach through the stone. I traveled through the obsidian river, feeling the cold, slick surface of the frozen water. I traveled up the petrified slopes of the West Hills, through the forests of silica trees whose leaves clattered like wind chimes in the heavy air. I found the source in a basement. It was a reinforced concrete bunker, built by someone who had feared the end of the world, but had imagined it would come in the form of fire or radiation, not in the form of a geological promotion. Inside the bunker, a woman was shivering. She was huddled under a pile of wool blankets, her breath coming in ragged, humid gasps that blurred the air. Beside her, a battery-powered radio hissed with static, the white noise of a dead frequency. She was surrounded by cans of food and jugs of water, the pathetic treasures of a species that lived by consumption. She was crying. The sound was unbearable. It was a high-pitched, wet frequency that sliced through the majestic low hum of the stone world. It was the sound of a leak. Be still, I thought, sending the vibration through the floor of her bunker. The woman froze. She felt the floor vibrate. She looked down at the concrete, which was no longer a dull, porous gray. It was turning translucent. It was beginning to hum. "Who's there?" she whispered. Her voice was a violation. It was a vibration of air, not of earth. It was fleeting. It was entropic. I didn't answer with words. I couldn't. My vocal cords were now layers of sedimentary rock. My lungs were chambers of pressurized gas. I answered with the weight of the ridge. I increased the frequency of the floor beneath her. I began to pull the moisture from the air, turning the humidity of her breath into fine, crystalline frost that coated the walls. I watched through the eyes of the stone. I saw her skin begin to pale, not from fear, but from the infusion of calcium. I saw her blankets begin to stiffen, the wool fibers fusing into a solid, felted slab of mineralized fabric. She tried to scream, but the air in her throat was already turning to silt. She reached for a jug of water, but her fingers were too heavy to lift. They were becoming cylinders of alabaster. The water in the jug froze into a solid core of ice-clear quartz, shattering the plastic casing. The process was slower for her because she resisted. She clung to her softness with a desperate, pathetic tenacity. She fought the peace I was offering. She wanted to remain a thing that bled and aged and died. "It is a gift I projected into her marrow. I am making you permanent." Finally, the resistance broke. the high-pitched frequency of her terror smoothed out into the low, steady drone of the earth. Her eyes, once frantic and wet, clouded over into spheres of milky opal. Her heart gave one final, heavy thud, the sound of a stone hitting the bottom of a well, and then she was still. The bunker was no longer a hiding place. It was a geode, a pocket of hidden beauty buried deep within the hillside. I felt a sense of relief ripple through the city's foundations. The flaw had been corrected. The leak had been plugged. The world was one step closer to absolute stasis. I returned my focus to the summit of my tower. The violet sun was gone, and the world was bathed in the pale internal light of the stone. I looked out over the landscape and saw other towers beginning to rise. They weren't built by me. They were the Earth's natural response to the new frequency. The crust was folding, pushing up new peaks where the old landmarks had been. The hospital I had corrected earlier was now a jagged massif of white marble, its many floors compressed into a single, soaring monolith. But then I felt it. A different vibration, not the soft, wet sound of a survivor, but something much deeper, much older. It was coming from the the original Reg. Across the miles of petrified forest and stone suburbs, the place where it had all begun was calling back to me. It was a hollow, echoing sound, the sound of a vacuum that had not been entirely filled. I realized then that the trade wasn't over. I had brought the ridge to the city, but the ridge itself was still a void. The man in the cabin, the echo of Elia's, was gone, but the space he had occupied was still there, and that space was hungry. It was a mouth in the earth, a sinkhole in the reality I was trying to perfect. If I didn't fill that void, the entire structure I had built, the city of stone, the petrified river, Sarah, would eventually be sucked back into it. The mountain cannot exist without a base, and the base of this new world was still rooted in that lonely, hungry stretch of shale. I had to go back, not as a man, but as the mountain. I began to shift my weight. It was an act of monumental effort. To move meant to break the very bonds I had just forged. As I pulled my consciousness away from the tower, the stone groaned and cracked. Massive shards of basalt fell from the summit, crashing into the obsidian river below with the sound of a world ending. I didn't walk, I didn't have legs. I moved as a wave of pressure through the crust. I was a subterranean pulse, a ripple in the mantle. I moved under the city, feeling the weight of the buildings above me, feeling the stillness of the people-turned statues. I passed under the house where Sarah sat, and I sent a tiny tremor of reassurance up through the floorboards. "I will be back," I whispered through the stone. "I am just settling the foundation." I moved toward the ridge. The further I got from the city, the more I felt the pull of the void. It was a cold, sucking sensation, like a wound that wouldn't heal. The air above the ground grew thin and jagged. The trees here were not just petrified, they were twisted, their forms distorted by the gravity of the vacuum. I reached the cabin. It was a shell. The wood was gray and brittle, but it hadn't turned to stone. It was rotting. It was the only thing left in the world that was still capable of decay. The X on the porch was a black hole, a light drinking pit that seemed to lead down into an infinite nothingness. I rose up out of the earth in front of the cabin. I didn't take a human shape this time. I rose as a pillar of raw, unpolished ore, a jagged tooth of the earth's inner fire. I looked at the cabin and I saw the ghost. It wasn't Elia's, it was the idea of Elia's, a flickering, translucent image of a man sitting on a porch, holding a cup of coffee that would never be finished. He was the echo that wouldn't fade. He was the memory of the living world, the stubborn remnant of the rot. "You're not supposed to be here," I said, my voice the sound of a landslide. The ghost looked up. He didn't have a face, just a blur of light where a face should be, but I could feel his sadness. It was a thin, watery emotion that felt like acid on my stone skin. "I am the one who stayed," the ghost whispered. His voice was the sound of the wind through the Douglas firs, the sound I had tried to mimic back in the pit. "You are the one who left." I didn't leave, I roared, and the ground beneath the cabin buckled. I expanded. I became the world. "You are nothing but a shadow, a draft in a closed room." "I am the reason the mountain echoes," the ghost said. He stood up, and his movements were fluid and light, the very things I had traded away. "You can turn the world to stone, Elias. You can freeze the rivers and silence the hearts. But as long as I am here, the stone will always be hollow. It will always have a hole in its center, and that hole will eventually swallow everything you've made." I felt a cold shiver of tectonic dread. He was right. The void wasn't just a place. It was the X, it was the mark of the missing piece. To truly complete the transformation, I couldn't just fill the pit with concrete. I had to fill the void with myself. I had to become the echo. I looked back toward the city. I could see the glow of the amethyst sun reflecting off the peaks I had created. I could feel Sarah sitting in her kitchen, a perfect, unchanging monument to my love. If I stayed here, if I merged with this void, I would lose the ability to see her. I would lose the ability to feel the city I had built. I would be the core of the world, but I would be buried under 1 billion tons of my own creation. I would be the ultimate foundation, but I would be blind and deaf and silent forever. It was the final trade. The architect must become the basement. I stepped forward. The porch of the cabin disintegrated under my weight, the rotting wood turning to dust. I stood over the X, the vacuum pulled at me, trying to strip the mineral layers from my soul. It wanted the heat. It wanted the weight. "Goodbye, Sarah," I whispered. The vibration of her name traveled through the earth, a final, dying pulse that reached the city and then faded away. I let go. I didn't fall into the pit. I expanded into it. I poured my consciousness into the hollow spaces of the ridge. I filled the fissures. I clogged the veins. I became the density that the void had been craving. The ghost of the man on the porch vanished, snuffed out like a candle in a landslide. The cabin collapsed, its rot finally overtaken by the crushing weight of the stone. And I felt the world lock. It was a sensation of absolute, terrifying completion. The X was gone. The hole was filled. The ridge was no longer a place of echoes. It was a solid, unyielding mass of reality. In the city, the skyscrapers stopped vibrating. The obsidian river settled into its final, glassy state. Sarah, in her kitchen, felt the last tremor of the earth subside, and her stone heart, if it could have felt anything, would have felt the arrival of a perfect, eternal peace. I was no longer the man-shaped mountain. I was the pressure itself. I was the dark, silent center of the world. I couldn't see the violet sun. I couldn't hear the clatter of the silica leaves. I was the weight that held it all together. And in the absolute darkness of the earth's core, I realized the final truth of the ridge. The footsteps hadn't been an echo of the future. They had been the sound of the foundation settling. And now that the foundation was set, there would be no more footsteps. There would only be the stone. And the stone does not need to walk, it only needs to be. I closed the eyes of my soul. the silence was no longer heavy. It was simply the way things were. The world was finished. It was a masterpiece of gray and violet and silver. It was a cathedral of stillness. And I was the silence at the heart of the prayer. The silence of the core was not empty. It was a pressurized symphony of every weight I had ever carried. To be the foundation of a world is to lose the luxury of perspective. I no longer saw the violet horizon or the crystalline remains of the city as separate entities. They were the extremities of my own nervous system. When a hawk-shaped shard of obsidian fell from a cliff face 50 miles to the north, I felt the microscopic shift in my own center of gravity. When the frost thickened on the roofs of the petrified suburbs, I felt the cooling of my own skin. I was the map and the territory, the surveyor and the stone. Yet in that absolute stasis, a new sensation began to permeate the density of my being. It was a slow, rhythmic pulsing, so deep and infrequent that it took what felt like decades of linear time for me to recognize it as a pattern. It was the respiration of the planet itself, now that the frantic, chaotic buzzing of organic life had been silenced, now that the rot of breathing, eating, and dying had been purged. The earth was beginning to speak in its own native tongue. It was a language of thermal expansion and contraction. It was the sound of the moon pulling at the tides of solid rock, a gravitational tug that made my entire subterranean expanse groan with a tectonic yearning. I realized then that my work was not merely to be still, but to be the conductor of this new, slow music. I reached out through the veins of the world, connecting my consciousness to the other brothers I had seen on the horizon. Mount Hood, the eldest, was a thrumming pillar of volcanic memory. I touched its roots, and for a moment I saw what it saw, a world turned into a jewel. From that height, the change looked like a frost pattern on a window pane, beautiful and intricate, mapping out the old riverbeds and highways in lines of glittering quartz. The Columbia River was a vein of dark sapphire, unmoving and eternal. We are the anchors, the mountains seemed to hum, a vibration that rattled my very marrow. We are the keepers of the geometry. I turned my attention back to the city, to the specific coordinate that had once been a home. I found the house. It was no longer a structure of wood and shingles. It was a sculpture carved from a single block of translucent jade. The windows were sheets of clear diamond, and inside, the light of the phosphorescent streets filtered through in hues of sea foam and emerald. I found Sarah. She was exactly where I had left her, sitting at the kitchen table. The transformation had been kind to her. Her hair was a cascade of spun silver, each strand a filament of metallic grace. Her skin had the luster of fine porcelain, and her eyes, though closed, seemed to hold the memory of a smile in the curve of her stone lids. She was the most beautiful thing in this new world, a monument to a love that had survived the death of the species. But as I watched her through the eyes of the floorboards, I felt a flicker of the old Elias, a phantom limb of the soul. I wanted her to see it. I wanted her to know that the world was finally safe. I wanted to share the majesty of the violet sun and the music of the spheres with the one person who had made the old, soft world bearable. The thought was a crack in my foundation. The moment I desired something other than stillness, the earth beneath the house trembled. A hairline fracture appeared on the kitchen floor, running from the leg of Sarah's chair to the base of the refrigerator. It was a physical manifestation of my doubt. No, I commanded, the word vibrating through the bedrock like a thunderclap. The stillness is the gift. To wake her is to bring back the rot. To wake her is to bring back the fear. I forced myself to pull away, to retreat back into the deep, dark comfort of the ridge. I wrapped myself in layers of shale and basalt, burying the human impulse under miles of protective mineral. I told myself that she was perfect as she was. She was a masterpiece, and masterpieces do not need to breathe. But the silence of the core was no longer absolute. The echo I thought I had smothered by filling the void was still there, but it had changed its shape. It was no longer the sound of footsteps. It was the sound of a heartbeat. My heart beats. It shouldn't have been possible. My heart was a cluster of garnets. My blood was a slow-moving slurry of liquid gold. There was no pump, no valve, no rhythm of life. And yet the thud persisted. Thump, 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 thump. It was out of sync with the slow respiration of the planet. It was a biological tempo, a frantic mammalian pulse that defied the geological peace I had established. I searched for the source, terrified that another survivor had crawled out of the wreckage of the old world. I scanned the bunkers, the basements, the deep subways. I found only statues. I found only the frozen beauty of the change. Then I realized the sound was coming from within me. Deep inside the ridge, at the very center of the X where I had merged with the void, something was gestating. It wasn't a person. It wasn't a creature. It was a pocket of time. I had filled the hole in reality with my own consciousness, but in doing so, I had trapped a fragment of the before inside the after. Like an insect preserved in amber, a moment of 4:00 p.m. on a Tuesday in October was pulsing at the center of the mountain. It was the smell of the coffee. It was the sound of the wind in the fir trees before they turned to stone. It was the feeling of being soft and vulnerable and temporary. This fragment was a virus. I could feel it beginning to radiate outward, the warmth of the memory softening the surrounding stone. The basalt was turning back into mud. The quartz was dissolving into water. The rot was returning, starting from the very heart of the world's foundation. I panicked. If the center softened, the entire structure would collapse. The towers would topple, the obsidian river would shatter, and Sarah, my beautiful jade Sarah, would crumble into dust. I threw every ounce of my will into the center of the ridge. I compressed the earth, increasing the pressure until the atoms themselves began to fuse. I tried to crush the memory, to squeeze the warmth out of the rock until it was as cold as the void it had replaced. But the more I fought it, the louder the heartbeat became. It wasn't just my heart anymore. It was hers. It was the memory of her hand in mine. It was the sound of her voice calling my name across a crowded room. Williams. The name was a seismic event. It ripped through the layers of my consciousness, shattering the carefully constructed identity of the mountain. I wasn't the ridge. I wasn't the earth. I was a man who had been so afraid of losing what he loved that he had turned it into a tomb. The realization was a landslide. I felt the city begin to groan. The majestic towers I had raised bowed under the weight of their own perfection. The violet sun, which had seemed so triumphant, now looked like a bruise on the face of the universe. I had created a world where nothing could grow, nothing could change, and therefore nothing could mean anything. I looked at Sarah again, and for the first time I didn't see a masterpiece. I saw a prisoner. I had anchored her to a kitchen chair for eternity, denying her the right to age, to forget, to die. I had stolen her ending. The heartbeat in the center of the ridge reached a crescendo. The heat was unbearable now, not the heat of the mantle, but the heat of a fever. The stone around the X began to glow, not with phosphorescence, but with the red, angry light of molten rock. I had a choice. I could continue to compress the memory, to hold the world in its frozen, perfect state until I eventually burned out from the effort, or I could let the rot in. I could allow the heat to spread, to melt the stone, to return the world to the chaos of biology. I looked at my hands, the ends of the mountain. I thought of the woman in the bunker I had saved by turning her to opal. I thought of the silence that wasn't an absence of sound, but a density of it. I realized that the echo hadn't been a warning of the end. It had been an invitation to the beginning. The footsteps were the sound of someone walking toward a door, and I had spent all this time trying to lock it. I began to vibrate, but not with the harmony of the towers. I vibrated with the discord of the human heart. I let the heat of the memory flow out from the ridge. I pushed it through the veins of gold and the deposits of quartz. I sent it toward the city, a wave of warmth that defied the frost of eternity. As the heat touched the obsidian river, the surface began to steam. The black glass cracked, and underneath, the water began to churn, dark and wet and alive. The petrified trees in the West Hills groaned as their silica bark softened, the sap beginning to flow like blood through reclaimed veins. I felt the towers begin to sink. They didn't fall, they melted, returning to the earth from which they had been forced. The hospital monolith softened into a mound of clay, its sharp edges rounding into the hills of a living landscape. I reached the house. The jade walls turned back to wood, the diamond windows blurring into glass. I felt the heat rise through the floorboards, touching the legs of the kitchen chair. I watched Sarah. The silver in her hair deepened into brown, the porcelain of her skin flushed with the pink of returning blood. Her stone lids trembled. The effort was tearing me apart. To undo the world was 1,000 times harder than to create it. I was shedding my skin of basalt, my bones of iron. I was becoming small again. I was shrinking back into the shape of a man, even as the mountain around me dissolved into the mud of a new creation. The violet sun began to flicker. The thick marble dust atmosphere was thinning, the reflected glow of the city dying out as the phosphorescence faded. For a moment, the sky was pitch black, a terrifying void between worlds. And then a star appeared. It was a tiny, cold prick of light, millions of light years away. It was indifferent to me. It was indifferent to the ridge. It was a sign of a universe that was vast and chaotic and utterly beyond my control. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. I felt the X on my forehead begin to itch. The heat was fading, replaced by the cool, damp air of a rainy night. I was no longer the foundation. I was no longer the core. I was lying on the floor of a cabin that smelled of wet wood and old coffee. I could hear the rain. It wasn't the clatter of wind chimes. It was the soft, rhythmic patter of water hitting the earth. It was the sound of erosion. It was the sound of the world being washed away, bit by bit, second by second. I opened my eyes. I was in the cabin on the ridge. The X was just a mark on the floorboards, a bit of faded paint where a rug used to be. The woods outside were dark and messy, and filled with the sound of things living and dying in the undergrowth. I sat up, my joints creaking with a human stiffness. My hands were skin and bone, scarred and shaking. I reached out and touched the wall. It was wood. It was rough. It was rotting. I laughed. It was a dry, raspy sound that hurt my throat. It was the sound of a species that was too soft to survive, and I loved it. I stood up and walked to the door. I didn't ring. I didn't hum. I just stepped out onto the porch. The air was cold and smelled of pine and damp earth. Far below in the valley, the lights of Portland were a messy, flickering grid of yellow and white. They weren't perfect. They weren't permanent. They were the lights of a city that was constantly breaking and being repaired, a city of people who were all, in their own way, screaming into the dark. As I looked down at the path that led away from the cabin, I heard a sound. It was a footstep. It wasn't an echo this time. It was a single, deliberate weight hitting the gravel. I looked up. Coming up the trail, her breath visible in the cold air, her coat buttoned tight against the rain, was Sarah. She looked tired. She looked older than I remembered. She looked like someone who had walked a long way through a difficult world. She stopped when she saw me standing on the porch. She didn't say anything at first. She just looked at me, her eyes wet and bright in the moonlight. "Lilias," she whispered. Her voice was a vibration of air. It was fleeting. It was entropic. It was the only thing that mattered. "I'm here," I said. I stepped off the porch and onto the dirt. My feet made a dull, heavy sound as they hit the ground. I walked toward her, and with every step, I felt the weight of the mountain falling away, leaving only the weight of a man. The ridge behind me was silent. The X was just a mark. The void was just a memory. We met in the middle of the path. I reached out and took her hand. Her skin was warm. It was soft. It was the most fragile thing in the universe. "I had the strangest dream," I said, as the rain began to fall harder, washing the last of the diamond dust from my shoulders. "Me too," she said, lining her head against my chest. I could feel her heart beating against mine. It wasn't a symphony. It wasn't a masterpiece. It was just a rhythm, a temporary, beautiful rhythm that would one day stop. But for now, it was enough. We turned and began to walk down the mountain, away from the silence, away from the stone, and back toward the beautiful, rotting world below. The cliff no longer echoed our footsteps. It simply held them for as long as the earth would allow. The descent was not the effortless glide of a god, but the clumsy, agonizing recalibration of a nervous system that had forgotten how to be small. Every pebble that shifted under my boot felt like a structural failure. Every gust of wind that tugged at my damp jacket felt like an assault on a fortress. Sarah's hand in mine was the only anchor I had left, but it was a terrifyingly light one. Her pulse, rhythmic and stubborn against my palm, was the only clock that mattered now, ticking away the seconds of a life that was no longer etched in obsidian. We walked in a silence that was fundamentally different from the one I had cultivated in the core. That silence had been a vacuum, a predatory stillness that consumed sound. This silence was a vessel. It held the rustle of the Douglas firs, the distant hum of the I-5 corridor, and the wet slap of our soles on the mud. It was a messy, disorganized quiet. "You're shaking," Sarah said. Her voice didn't vibrate through the bedrock. It traveled through the air, losing energy as it moved, authentic and frail. "I'm just cold," I lied. The truth was that I was terrified of the softness. I looked at the trees, real trees, with bark that flaked and needles that turned brown and fell. They were dying, all of them, in the slow, natural way of things. The horror of the change had been replaced by the tragedy of biology, and I found myself grieving for the jade statues even as I celebrated the return of the rot. As we reached the trailhead where her old Subaru was parked, the reality of the world's return began to manifest in small, jagged ways. The car was rusted at the wheel wells. A discarded soda can lay in the dirt, its aluminum glinting under the pale, white moon, not the violet sun, but the cold, distant satellite of a world that didn't care if we lived or died. I looked back at the ridge. In the moonlight, it looked like any other basalt outcropping in the Pacific Northwest. There was no glow. There was no X visible from here. It was just a heap of mineral and tectonic history. I wondered if the other brothers had also felt the thaw. Was Mount Hood currently weeping mud and melted snow, its volcanic consciousness retreating into a fitful, mindless slumber? Had the woman in the bunker woken up to find her opal skin turning back into bruised flesh, and her eternal peace into a frantic search for a way out? Elia's look at me, Sarah said, pulling me around by the shoulders. I looked, her face was a map of the years I had tried to erase. There were crow's feet at the corners of her eyes. There was a faint scar on her chin from a childhood fall. These were the errors, the glitches in the masterpiece that I had once thought were flaws to be polished away. Now, they were the only things I wanted to memorize. You went away, she whispered. I felt you leave. Not just the house, but everything. It was like the world turned into a photograph. Beautiful, but I couldn't breathe in it. I thought I was saving you, I said, the words feeling heavy and metallic in my mouth. I thought if I could just make everything stop, nothing could ever hurt us again. She reached up and touched the place on my forehead where the mark had been. Her fingers were warm, smelling of rain and the old leather of the car's steering wheel. The only thing that doesn't hurt is something that isn't alive, Elia's. I don't want to be a monument. I want to be tired. I want to be annoyed by the rain. I want to grow old and fall apart with you. I closed my eyes, leaning into her touch. The pressure of her fingertips was enough to keep the mountain from rising again. It's gone now, I promised. The stillness, I broke it. Good, she said, and for the first time she smiled. It wasn't the frozen, perfect curve of a stone lid. It was a lopsided, weary expression that showed the slight misalignment of her front teeth. It was perfect because it was imperfect. We got into the car. The engine turned over with a violent mechanical cough, a sound of combustion and friction that would have been a sacrilege in the world of silver and violet. To me, it sounded like a prayer. As she backed out of the gravel lot, the headlights swept across the trees, casting long, dancing shadows that shifted and changed. In the world of the ridge, shadows were fixed, baked into the geometry of the landscape. Here they were flighting ghosts, gone as soon as the light moved. As we drove down the winding mountain road toward the city, I watched the lights of Portland grow larger. They weren't the phosphorescent veins of a living circuit. They were just light bulbs, powered by turbines, susceptible to burnouts and blackouts. I saw a billboard for a local law firm, its corner peeling away to reveal an older advertisement beneath. I saw a gas station with a flickering N in its neon sign. The rot was everywhere. It was in the peeling paint, the potholes, the weeds pushing through the asphalt. It was the most glorious thing I had ever seen. Where are we going? I asked. Home, Sarah said. We have to see what's left. The drive took 40 minutes. When we turned onto our street, I held my breath. I half expected to see the jade sculpture I had envisioned, or perhaps a pile of rubble where the reality of the dream had collided with the physics of the earth. But the house was just a house. It was a blue craftsman with white trim that needed a new coat of paint. The lawn was overgrown, the grass turning yellow in the autumn chill. There were no diamond windows. There were no seafoam lights. We walked up the porch steps. They creaked under our weight, a sound of stress and age. Sarah fumbled with her keys, her hands still shaking slightly. When the door swung open, the smell hit me. Old dust, a hint of lemon polish, and the faint, lingering scent of the coffee that had been brewing when the world first started to vibrate. It was 4:47 p.m. on the kitchen clock. The second hand was ticking. I walked into the kitchen and sat at the table, in the exact spot where I had seen the stone version of myself watching the stone version of her. The floorboards were solid. There was no crack running toward the refrigerator. There was no X burned into the wood. Sarah went to the sink and turned on the tap. The pipes groaned, a subterranean complaint that made me flinch, but then the water came out, clear, cold, and splashing against the stainless steel. She filled a glass and brought it to me. I drank. It wasn't the liquid gold of the core. It was just water. It tasted of chlorine and minerals. It was the best thing I had ever tasted. "What happens now?" I asked, looking at my hands. They were pale and thin, the hands of a man who spent his time with books and blueprints, not with the shifting of tectonic plates. "Now," Sarah said, sitting down across from me, "we live until we don't. We fix the porch. We pay the electric bill. We let the footsteps happen, Elias. We don't try to hear them before they land." I nodded, but as I looked out the window at the dark backyard, a small part of me, a tiny crystalline fragment buried deep in the amygdala, still felt the hum. It was faint, like the ghost of a radio station from a distant city, but it was there. The earth was still heavy. The moon was still pulling at the rocks. The silence of the core hadn't disappeared. It had just been pushed back, down into the depths where it belonged. I realized then that I would never be entirely free of the ridge. I was the man who had seen the end of the world and rejected it. I was the man who had held the foundation of reality in his hands and let it break. That knowledge would be my own private mountain, a weight I would carry until the day my own heartbeat finally fell out of sync with the world. A sudden sound made me jump, a sharp, rhythmic thudding from the hallway. I gripped the edge of the table, my knuckles turning white. My mind raced back to the obsidian river, to the pressure, to the sound of the foundation settling. Was it happening again? Had the heat of my memory not been enough to melt the change? "It's just the cat, Elias," Sarah said softly, reaching across the table to cover my hand with hers. A moment later, a fat, orange tabby sauntered into the kitchen, its tail twitching with feline indifference. It hopped onto a chair and began to groom itself, its tongue rough and pink against its fur. I let out a breath I felt I had been holding for centuries. The cat was soft. The cat was shedding. The cat was a chaotic variable in a world that refused to be a masterpiece. "I'm sorry," I whispered. "Don't be," she said. "Just stay here. Don't go back to the center of the world. It's too lonely there." I looked at her, really looked at her, and I knew she was right. The ridge was a cathedral of stillness, but a cathedral is empty without the prayer. And the prayer isn't the silence, it's the voice that breaks it. Outside, the rain intensified, turning into a true Oregon downpour. It hammered against the roof, a million tiny, liquid footsteps. They weren't echoes of the future. They were just the sound of the present, falling one drop at a time, washing away the dust of the mountain, leaving nothing behind but the wet, beautiful, and terrifyingly temporary earth. I stood up and walked to the window. In the reflection of the glass, I saw the two of us, two blurry, flickering shapes against the darkness. We weren't statues. We weren't anchors. We were just two people in a kitchen, illuminated by a flickering light bulb, waiting for the morning. I reached out and touched the glass. It was cold. It was thin. It could break at any moment. I had never felt so safe. Behind me, the cat jumped off the chair with a soft thud, and the sound of its footsteps followed us into the night, unrecorded, unrepeated, and perfectly, wonderfully lost to time. The world was unfinished, and that was the only way it could ever truly be home. The silence of the house was not the absolute vacuum of the mountain's core. It was a layered thing, built from the hum of the refrigerator, the settling of floorboards, and the distant, rhythmic shushing of car tires on wet asphalt 3 blocks away. I sat at the kitchen table, my hands flat against the wood, feeling the grain. It felt like a miracle that it didn't turn to marble under my touch. I was waiting for the vibration to return, for the low-frequency thrum of the Earth's tectonic plates to demand my intervention again, but there was only the erratic, beautiful noise of a living neighborhood. Sarah moved around the kitchen with a deliberate, slow grace. She didn't look like a goddess anymore. She looked like a woman who hadn't slept well in weeks. She reached into a cupboard and pulled out two mismatched mugs, one chipped at the rim, the other stained with the rings of 1,000 previous coffees. In the world I had tried to build, these objects would have been purged, replaced by seamless, eternal vessels of light. Here, the chip in the ceramic was a history, a tiny monument to a dropped moment in a Tuesday afternoon 3 years ago. "I don't know if I can sleep," I said. My voice sounded thin, like a reed. "You don't have to," she replied, setting the kettle on the stove. The click-click whoosh of the gas burner igniting was a violent, wonderful sound. "We can just sit here until the sun comes up. A real sun, Elias, not that purple thing." I shivered. The memory of the violet sky was like a bruise on my mind. I thought I was fixing it, Sarah. I thought the world was breaking, and I was the only one who could hold the pieces together. I saw the entropy. I saw the way everything was just, fraying at the edges. I wanted to give us forever. She leaned against the counter, waiting for the water to boil. The steam began to rise, curling into the air, vanishing as soon as it hit the cooler currents of the room. It was the definition of transience. "Forever is a long time to be a statue," she said softly. "I remember being in the garden. I remember the roses turning to glass. I tried to scream, but my lungs were full of sand. I wasn't saved, Elias. I was buried." The guilt hit me then, a physical weight heavier than any basalt pillar. I had mistaken my own fear of loss for a heroic act of preservation. I had tried to turn the woman I loved into a museum exhibit because I couldn't bear the thought of her changing, of her leaving, of her dying. I had tried to kill time to keep her, not realizing that time was the very medium in which love existed. "I'm sorry," I whispered. It felt inadequate, a paper shield against a landslide. "It's over," she said, and the kettle began to whistle. It started as a low moan and rose to a piercing shriek. In the ridge, I would have smoothed that sound into a chord. Here, it was just a signal that the water was hot. She poured the water into the mugs, the scent of chamomile rising, earthy, flowery, and fleeting. She sat down across from me and pushed a mug toward my shaking hands. As our fingers brushed, I felt a spark of static electricity, a tiny, sharp sting. It was a micro-disaster of physics, a miniature lightning bolt born of friction and dry air. I grinned at it. "What?" she asked. "Static," I said. "It's so messy. I love it." We sat in silence for a long time, drinking the tea. The heat seeped into my bones, replacing the deep geothermal chill that had settled in my marrow. I watched the clock on the wall. The second hand hitched slightly at the 12, a mechanical imperfection in the gears. I counted the seconds. Each one was a tiny death, a moment gone that would never return. It was terrifying, and it was the most precious thing I owned. Around 3:00 a.m., the rain tapered off to a drizzle. I stood up, my knees popping, a sound of cartilage and age, and walked to the back door. I needed to see the dirt. I stepped out onto the small wooden deck. The air was sharp and smelled of wet cedar and decomposing leaves. I walked down the 3 steps into the yard. My feet, clad only in socks, immediately soaked through as I stepped into the grass. The cold was shocking, a needle prick of reality. I knelt down at the edge of the flower bed and thrust my hands into the soil. It wasn't obsidian. It wasn't diamond dust. It was mud. It was cool, clumpy, and filled with the invisible labor of worms and bacteria. It was a city of rot, a metropolis of decay that fueled the next cycle of growth. I squeezed a handful of it, feeling the grit under my fingernails. I looked up at the sky. The clouds were breaking, revealing patches of deep velvet black, not the artificial black of the void, but the infinite black of a universe that went on forever. And there were the stars, billions of them, burning themselves out in a desperate, beautiful race against the dark. They weren't there for me. They didn't care about the ridge. They were just burning. Lilias. Sarah was standing in the doorway, her silhouette framed by the warm yellow light of the kitchen. She looked like a ghost, but a ghost made of blood and bone. "I'm okay," I said, standing up, my hands coated in filth. I just needed to make sure it was still soft. I walked back inside, leaving muddy footprints on the linoleum. A day ago or a century ago in the mountains' time, I would have been horrified by the mess. Now I looked at the tracks as a record of my presence. I was here. I had moved from one place to another. I had displaced the world, and the world had pushed back. We went upstairs to the bedroom. The sheets were cold and smelled of laundry detergent. As I lay down, the mattress groaned, yielding to my weight. Sarah climbed in beside me, and for a moment the old panic flared up in my chest. What if I fell asleep and the mountain claimed me again? What if the X on the floorboards was just waiting for my eyes to close to begin its expansion? I felt Sarah's breath against my neck. It was uneven, the breath of someone drifting toward sleep. I reached out and touched her wrist, finding the pulse. Thump thump, thump thump. I realized then that the X wasn't a curse, it was a choice. The ridge was always there, a temptation of stasis, an offer of a world where nothing ever hurt because nothing ever moved. But the cost was the pulse. The cost was the breath. I fell asleep not into the deep, frozen slumber of the core, but into the chaotic, vivid dreams of a human being. I dreamt of falling. I dreamt of fire. I dreamt of a city made of salt that washed away in a summer storm. When I woke up, the room was gray with the first light of a cloudy Portland morning. A crow was cawing somewhere nearby, a harsh, ugly, wonderful sound. I turned my head and saw Sarah. She was still asleep, her mouth slightly open, a strand of hair stuck to her cheek. She looked older in the morning light, the shadows under her eyes more pronounced. She was beautiful because she was breaking. I got out of bed, my muscles aching with a delicious, mundane soreness. I walked to the window and pulled back the curtain. The street was waking up. A neighbor was jogging past, his breath puffing in the cold air. A trash truck was grinding its way up the hill, its hydraulic whine a symphony of utility. The world was loud, it was dirty, it was falling apart. I went downstairs and started a fresh pot of coffee. I didn't use the mountain's hum to heat the water. I waited for the machine to drip, one dark splash at a time. As the kitchen filled with the scent of roasted beans, I looked down at the floor. There near the pantry was a small, faded mark in the wood. It wasn't an X, it was just a scratch, probably from when we moved the refrigerator years ago. I knelt down and touched it. It was just a scratch. It didn't lead to the center of the earth. It didn't vibrate with the power of 1,000 suns. It was just a flaw in the floor. I stayed there on my knees for a long time, my forehead resting against the cool wood. I cried, not out of sadness, but out of relief. The burden of being the foundation was gone. I was allowed to be a tenant again. Sarah came down a few minutes later, wrapped in a thick wool robe. She didn't say anything. She just poured 2 cups of coffee and sat on the floor next to me. We sat there in the path of the morning light, 2 fragile, aging creatures in a house that was slowly rotting around us. "The roof is going to need work before winter," I said, my voice finally finding its natural resonance. Sarah leaned her head on my shoulder. I know, and the water heater is making that clicking sound again. We'll fix it, I said, and then it will break again, and we'll fix it after that. Sounds like a plan, she whispered. I looked at my hands. The dirt from the garden was still under my nails, a dark crescent of the earth I had chosen. I didn't wash it off. I wanted to keep it there for a while, a reminder of the texture of reality. The ridge was still out there, of course. I could feel it in the distance, a silent basalt giant watching the valley. It would always be there, waiting for the next man who was too afraid of the dark to appreciate the stars. But its echoes were dying. The footsteps on the cliff were no longer mine. They belonged to the wind, to the rain, and to the slow, inevitable grinding of the stones. I took a sip of the coffee. It was too hot, and it burnt my tongue. I smiled through the pain. It was the most human thing I had felt in an eternity. The day was beginning, messy and unwritten. The violet sun was gone, replaced by a pale, watery light that promised nothing but a few hours of visibility before the dark returned. It wasn't enough, and it was everything. We stood up together, our joints creaking in unison, and began the small, necessary tasks of a life that was going to end. We cleared the mugs. We fed the cat. We listened to the house breathe. Outside, the world continued its long, slow tumble into entropy, and for the first time in my life, I wasn't trying to catch it. I was just happy to be falling along with it. The hum did not vanish, it simply changed its frequency. It retreated from the tectonic plates and the crystalline lattice of the mountain's heart, settling instead into the mundane vibration of a refrigerator compressor and the distant, rhythmic thrum of a neighbor's idling truck. I sat at the kitchen table, my hands flat against the wood, feeling the grain. It felt like a miracle that the surface didn't turn to marble under my touch. I was waiting for the vibration to return, for the low-frequency command of the earth to demand my intervention again, but there was only the erratic, beautiful noise of a living neighborhood. Sarah moved around the kitchen with a deliberate, slow grace. She didn't look like a goddess anymore. She looked like a woman who hadn't slept well in weeks. She reached into a cupboard and pulled out two mismatched mugs, one chipped at the rim, the other stained with the rings of 1,000 previous coffees. In the world I had tried to build within the ridge, these objects would have been purged, replaced by seamless, eternal vessels of light. Here, the chip in the ceramic was a history, a tiny monument to a dropped moment on a Tuesday afternoon 3 years ago. I don't know if I can sleep, I said. My voice sounded thin, like a reed catching the wind. You don't have to, she replied, setting the kettle on the stove. The click-click whoosh of the gas burner igniting was a violent, wonderful sound. We can just sit here until the sun comes up. A real sun, Elias, not that purple thing. I shivered. The memory of the violet sky was like a bruise on my mind. I thought I was fixing it, Sarah. I thought the world was breaking, and I was the only one who could hold the pieces together. I saw the entropy. I saw the way everything was just, fraying at the edges. I wanted to give us forever. She leaned against the counter, waiting for the water to boil. The steam began to rise, curling into the air, vanishing as soon as it hit the cooler currents of the room. It was the definition of transience. Forever is a long time to be a statue, she said softly. I remember being in the garden. I remember the roses turning to glass. I tried to scream, but my lungs were full of sand. I wasn't saved, Elias. I was buried. The guilt hit me then, a physical weight heavier than any basalt pillar. I had mistaken my own fear of loss for a heroic act of preservation. I had tried to turn the woman I loved into a museum exhibit because I couldn't bear the thought of her changing, of her leaving, of her dying. I had tried to kill time to keep her, not realizing that time was the very medium in which love existed. "I'm sorry," I whispered. It felt inadequate, a paper shield against a landslide. "It's over," she said, and the kettle began to whistle. It started as a low moan and rose to a piercing shriek. In the ridge, I would have smoothed that sound into a chord. Here, it was just a signal that the water was hot. She poured the water into the mugs, the scent of chamomile rising, earthy, flowery, and fleeting. She sat down across from me and pushed a mug toward my shaking hands. As our fingers brushed, I felt a spark of static electricity, a tiny, sharp sting. It was a micro-disaster of physics, a miniature lightning bolt born of friction and dry air. I grinned at it. "What?" she asked. "Static," I said. "It's so messy. I love it." We sat in silence for a long time, drinking the tea. The heat seeped into my bones, replacing the deep, geothermal chill that had settled in my marrow. I watched the clock on the wall. The second hand hitched slightly at the 12, a mechanical imperfection in the gears. I counted the seconds. Each one was a tiny death, a moment gone that would never return. It was terrifying, and it was the most precious thing I owned. Around 3:00 a.m., the rain tapered off to a drizzle. I stood up, my knees popping, a sound of cartilage and age, and walked to the back door. I needed to see the dirt. I stepped out onto the small wooden deck. The air was sharp and smelled of wet cedar and decomposing leaves. I walked down the 3 steps into the yard. My feet, clad only in socks, immediately soaked through as I stepped into the grass. The cold was shocking, a needle prick of reality. I knelt down at the edge of the flower bed and thrust my hands into the soil. It wasn't obsidian. It wasn't diamond dust. It was mud. It was cool, clumpy, and filled with the invisible labor of worms and bacteria. It was a city of rot, a metropolis of decay that fueled the next cycle of growth. I squeezed a handful of it, feeling the grit under my fingernails. I looked up at the sky. The clouds were breaking, revealing patches of deep, velvet black, not the artificial black of the void, but the infinite black of a universe that went on forever. And there were the stars, billions of them, burning themselves out in a desperate, beautiful race against the dark. They weren't there for me. They didn't care about the ridge. They were just burning. Sarah was standing in the doorway, her silhouette framed by the warm yellow light of the kitchen. She looked like a ghost, but a ghost made of blood and bone. "I'm okay," I said, standing up, my hands coated in filth. I just needed to make sure it was still soft. I walked back inside, leaving muddy footprints on the linoleum. A day ago or a century ago in the mountains' time, I would have been horrified by the mess. Now I looked at the tracks as a record of my presence. I was here. I had moved from one place to another. I had displaced the world, and the world had pushed back. We went upstairs to the bedroom. The sheets were cold and smelled of laundry detergent. As I lay down, the mattress groaned, yielding to my weight. Sarah climbed in beside me, and for a moment, the old panic flared up in my chest. What if I fell asleep and the mountain claimed me again? What if the X on the floorboards was just waiting for my eyes to close to begin its expansion? I felt Sarah's breath against my neck. It was uneven, the breath of someone drifting towards sleep. I reached out and touched her wrist, finding the pulse. Thump, 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 thump. I realized then that the X wasn't a curse, it was a choice. The ridge was always there, a temptation of stasis, an offer of a world where nothing ever hurt because nothing ever moved. But the cost was the pulse. The cost was the breath. I fell asleep not into the deep, frozen slumber of the core, but into the chaotic, vivid dreams of a human being. I dreamt of falling. I dreamt of fire. I dreamt of a city made of salt that washed away in a summer storm. When I woke up, the room was gray with the first light of a cloudy Portland morning. A crow was cawing somewhere nearby, a harsh, ugly, wonderful sound. I turned my head and saw Sarah. She was still asleep, her mouth slightly open, a strand of hair stuck to her cheek. She looked older in the morning light, the shadows under her eyes more pronounced. She was beautiful because she was breaking. I got out of bed, my muscles aching with a delicious, mundane soreness. I walked to the window and pulled back the curtain. The street was waking up. A neighbor was jogging past, his breath puffing in the cold air. A trash truck was grinding its way up the hill, its hydraulic whine a symphony of utility. The world was loud. It was dirty. It was falling apart. I went downstairs and started a fresh pot of coffee. I didn't use the mountain's hum to heat the water. I waited for the machine to drip, one dark splash at a time. As the kitchen filled with the scent of roasted beans, I looked down at the floor. There near the pantry was a small, faded mark in the wood. It wasn't an X, it was just a scratch, probably from when we moved the refrigerator years ago. I knelt down and touched it. It was just a scratch. It didn't lead to the center of the earth. It didn't vibrate with the power of 1,000 suns. It was just a flaw in the floor. I stayed there on my knees for a long time, my forehead resting against the cool wood. I cried, not out of sadness, but out of relief. The burden of being the foundation was gone. I was allowed to be a tenant again. Sarah came down a few minutes later, wrapped in a thick wool robe. She didn't say anything. She just poured 2 cups of coffee and sat on the floor next to me. We sat there in the path of the morning light, 2 fragile, aging creatures in a house that was slowly rotting around us. "The roof is going to need work before winter," I said, my voice finally finding its natural resonance. Sarah leaned her head on my shoulder. "I know, and the water heater is making that clicking sound again." "We'll fix it," I said, "and then it will break again, and we'll fix it after that." "Sounds like a plan," she whispered. I looked at my hands. The dirt from the garden was still under my nails, a dark crescent of the earth I had chosen. I didn't wash it off. I wanted to keep it there for a while, a reminder of the texture of reality. The ridge was still out there, of course. I could feel it in the distance, a silent basalt giant watching the valley. It would always be there, waiting for the next man who was too afraid of the dark to appreciate the stars. But its echoes were dying. The footsteps on the cliff were no longer mine. They belonged to the wind, to the rain, and to the slow, inevitable grinding of the stones. I took a sip of the coffee. It was too hot, and it burnt my tongue. I smiled through the pain. It was the most human thing I had felt in an eternity. The day was beginning, messy and unwritten. The violet sun was gone, replaced by a pale, watery light that promised nothing but a few hours of visibility before the dark returned. It wasn't enough, and it was everything. The hours that followed were filled with the quiet labor of reclaiming a life. We didn't talk about the ridge. We didn't talk about the obsidian river or the way the trees had turned to glass. Instead, we talked about the grocery list. We talked about the mail that had piled up in the box, bills, advertisements for lawn services, a postcard from a cousin in Arizona. These were the tethers. Each piece of paper was a thin, fibrous line tying us to the consensus of the world. I spent the afternoon in the yard. I cleared the dead leaves from the gutters, feeling the grit of asphalt shingles under my palms. I pruned the rose bushes, not caring that I was cutting away parts of them. They would grow back or they wouldn't. That was the contract. To live is to be subject to the seasons. As the sun began to set, a bruised orange and deep red that bled across the horizon, I stood at the edge of the property and looked toward the mountains. The ridge was a jagged silhouette against the fading light. For a moment, just a heartbeat, I thought I saw a flicker of purple deep within the shadows of the trees. I thought I heard the first heavy note of a footstep that hadn't happened yet. I didn't flinch, I didn't reach for the vibration. I simply turned my back on the mountain and walked toward the house. Inside, the lights were on. They were warm, yellow, and slightly flickering. Sarah was in the kitchen, and the sound of a knife hitting a wooden cutting board was the only rhythm I needed. It was a sharp, percussive sound, marking the passage of time. I realized then that the cliff that echoed footsteps wasn't a place. It was a state of being, the moment when we try to hear the future because we are too afraid of the present. But the present is all there is. It is the only place where the coffee is hot, where the cat is soft, and where the woman you love can touch your hand and remind you that you are real. I walked into the kitchen and took the knife from her hand. "Let me do that," I said. "You're going to cut them too thick," she teased, but she stepped aside. "Maybe," I said, slicing into an onion. The sharp, pungent sting hit my eyes and I began to tear up. I let the tears fall. They weren't made of salt or crystal. They were just water, carrying away the last of the mountain's dust. We ate dinner in the fading light. We didn't speak of the end of the world. We spoke of the beginning of the next day. We were two people in a blue house on a hill that was slowly, beautifully eroding. The footsteps had landed. The echoes had faded. And in the silence that followed, there was finally enough room to breathe. I looked at Sarah, and for the first time, I didn't see a statue. I saw a woman who was growing older, whose hair was silvering at the temples, and whose heart was beating a rhythm that was entirely her own. It was a rhythm I could never control, and that was the greatest gift the world had ever given me. Outside, the first star appeared. It was small, lonely, and billions of miles away. It didn't offer any answers. It just shone. And in the kitchen of the blue craftsman house, under the flickering light of a bulb that would eventually burn out, I finally let go of the earth. I let it spin. I let it break. I let it be.